Bom dia, sejam todos bem-vindos ao Seminário Internacional.
Good morning. Welcome to our international seminar, Innovation in Biodiversity Drugs. And this is from Farmanguinhos. We have the support of the Vice Presidency of Ecology, Health Protection, Research and Biological Development, and also Production and Innovation in Health. And also we have the support of the Institute of Technology, Farmanguinhos. Before we invite our guests, we are going to watch a video so that we put into context the theme of this seminar and its relationship with planet Earth. And we have a live transmission via a channel, a network channel. We are perplexed and uncertain due to the crisis the world is going on. So a new model of economic development must be supported in transforming proposals of science and innovation. We all know that the organization of this new model depends on a deep change in the ways of production and consumption. So the environment, political and economical issues of mega biodiversity in Brazil should be taken into consideration as the central theme of a debate of an ecological development. So innovation and biodiversity drugs are a solid basis to form a policy that makes viable the potential of our biodiversity, transforming that into innovations, opening a new pathway to the development of drugs in Brazil in an ecological way that is more inclusive, distributive, participative, and sovereign. We are changing our pathway that was announced by the Brazilian government as of January of 2023, so we can associate the macroeconomic policies to building a pathway that is ecological and centered in development. This seminar is to promote innovation in biodiversity drugs, opening new ways of the technological pathway of Brazilian biological drugs, and to make real the potential of the Brazilian biodiversity, fostering also social inclusion, the distribution of benefits, the recovery, and the conservation of ecosystems. So you should enroll in this international seminar. We are thinking about biodiversity under the scope of the biodiversity. And we are talking about this year, September 2024. So we are going to have a two-day seminar, and we shall start by asking to the stage our invitees. We have Dr. Maria de Lourdes Aguiar de Oliveira, Vice President of Research and Biological Collections of Fiocruz. And we have videos from Dr. Marco Krieger and Hermano Castro. Dr. Krieger is in development and health, and Hermano in the area of health. Then we have Jorge Souza Mendonça, Director of Farmanguinhos at Fiocruz. And also Glauco Vilas Boas, who is the coordinator of the Center of Innovation and Biodiversity and Health at Fiocruz, that is called CIBS. We shall start right now, and Dr. George is asked to be the first one. Oh no, he wants to be the last one, I'm sorry. So let's have Glauco making the first speech. Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to start this seminar, and I would like to thank the presence of the presidency of Fiocruz, the area of research and development, my director, Jorge. I think that this seminar is the beginning of a very important debate that is very much needed in this country and in our institution and for Brazil in general. So welcome you all. Now I give the floor to Dr. Maria de Lourdes. Good morning, everyone. Welcome on behalf of the presidency. President Mario wanted to be here, but he is in Brasilia in a different meeting, so he wanted me to welcome you all, and he hopes that this meeting is very fruitful and productive. Whereas while Glauco was talking, our expectation is that this meeting is more than a debate. We are going to talk about research and our expectations, but we want this to be a landmark. And during those 2 days, I'm going to explain why. We are going through, our generation is going through a very complex time. We have several challenges in front of us. The responsibility is to give a legacy to the next generations in the planet. We have just gone through a pandemic with an immense socioeconomic impact, and it revealed the global inequalities that we live on and our vulnerability vis-a-vis the new challenges, the emergence of new pathogens, and this goes with the theme of our seminar. Another highlight would be climate changes, when we start feeling in an intense way the effects that we thought we had more time to wait for that. But today we are going against time, against the clock, and we need to be strategic and global in our actions. We have several international agendas that are being led. Although the scenery is not very good, we have important opportunities. One of them is this one. We have to build a new global order via treaties and international agreements. We have the Agenda 2030, we have the Paris Agreement, the Pandemic Treaty. So we are trying to find solutions that can talk with all the values that are placed in our opening remarks. And we have the issue of climate change and all the efforts we have to start, although they have to be much bigger than that, to mitigate and to adapt to this new world. This has to do with the agenda of biodiversity, not only the protection and empowerment and valuing of the environment, but how we can benefit from that so that we can promote a more sustainable development, the improvement of the quality of life, our relationship with the environment, also with the health of the people. So we have a series of agendas that deal with that. Yesterday afternoon, in a very new initiative, starting with G20, we have a multilateral consensus related to bioeconomy. So it deals with some values that are present in this treaty, and I'm going to read it. because it's something very new. And we are proud in Brazil the fact that we are hosting the G20 meeting. And in Brazil, we are going to have this first multilateral consensus. So yesterday, 10 principles were defined, high-level principles about bioeconomy. I'm going to read very quickly, but I think it's important for you to know the political flavor and the importance of this global agenda, and the new drugs are inserted in this context. Principle number 1, to integrate and promote sustainable development in the economical, social, and environmental dimensions, to contribute to eradicate poverty and hunger, to improve health and the well-being, guaranteeing nutrition in the world. 2, to be inclusive, defending the rights of all the peoples, including the indigenous peoples, to promote equality of gender and the participation of everybody. Number 3, to foster the efforts to combat and adapt to new global climate changes. 4, to contribute to conserve biodiversity, the sustainable use of its resources, and how to share the new genetic and new traditional knowledges with everybody. 5, to promote sustainable patterns of consumption and production, and the efficient use of biological resources to restore and regenerate degraded ecosystems. 6, to develop in a responsible way science and technology, innovation and traditional knowledge, with benefits and impacts being evaluated in a scientific way. Number 7, to benefit political models that are coherent and robust, to promote the commerce of products and services, sustainable business models, creating local values, and the participation of the private sector and civil society. Number 8, transparent methodologies that are inclusive, based on science, to evaluate sustainability in all the value chain. 9, to have cooperation, internationally speaking, that will approach the global challenges and that will foster the financing and the training and the sharing of the best practices. Number 10, to be based on specific implementations in each country according to their regional desires. So I think this is the moment to have this seminar. Our sessions will approach the very themes that I have read to you, that are in this document that is a guideline for the G20 itself. With that, we also have including health, because as Fiocruz we have to include the health of the people. We have an enormous market that is SUS, the Brazilian Universal Health System. It's a market where we look at our population. We were discussing with the potential of Brazil in terms of biodiversity, that is 15 to 20% of the global number. We have an enormous field to generate not only knowledge, but also to leverage development locally and generate jobs to improve our population in the area of social economics. And we also have to talk about another angle that is an important policy in the national arena. Not everything, those are global guidelines, but the implementation is not easy nor simple. So we have challenges that we have to face, all of us. That's why we're here. We need effort, investment, and to think outside the box. In the context of research and development, we have to think about basic research, and during those 2 days, we are going to talk about bioprospecting. We have to talk about our potential, and we have also the cross-section research. We are talking about the development of products, so we have to also strengthen this aspect. And last but not least, the regulatory issue that is going to be approached during our discussions in this seminar. Because this meeting is very relevant, and we are matching the multilateral agreement with the G20, my proposal is to write a document, a final document after those 2 days, recording all the debates and discussions and making some recommendations. I think this is important not only to us from Fiocruz, we have representatives from different ministries, and we have experts from these ministries discussing and debating this very same theme. As to Fiocruz, Glauco had a preliminary proposal about an institutional program. And due to this scenario, this document will help us to establish an institutional program that has the potential of Fiocruz in all its fields, basic research up to production. And we are not able to face the global challenges alone. And that's good. We are changing a paradigm in science, in the way we approach it. And inside those institutional programs that we have, now we have new partners. We are making a partnership, an agreement with Embrapa, Metro also, so that we have in important institutions in Brazil the possibility of building a new paradigm to improve our policies, but also to be able to implement them, and so that we can go forward in different agendas. It would be wonderful, and it is our expectation vis-a-vis all the recommendations that are going to come after we end this seminar, based on the debates we are going to carry out. So as a vice president, I'm very proud of this seminar. It is the good fight that we are fighting, of all of us, and also of Jorge, because it's a demand from Farmanguinhos, and this is very relevant indeed. And we all fit in this same boat, and we have to sail together. I hope we have very productive 2 days. Unfortunately, I won't be able to be here. I do not belong to this specific field of knowledge, but I think it's important for us to have this multidisciplinary look to all areas. Thank you very much. You are very welcome. Not only the speakers, but everyone in the audience, either here or virtually. Thank you and have a fruitful day.
We thank you. Now we have the director of Farmanguinhos, Jorge Souza Mendonça. Good morning. I'd like to start congratulating Glauco for the organization of this seminar. And by mentioning Glauco, I am extending this to the whole team. We know how difficult it is to put together a seminar. So congratulations for this challenge, and I'm sure we'll have 2 very fruitful days with an excellent result to you and to Fiocruz. And congratulations also on the agenda. We've been discussing this for a while, and it is aligned with this G20 document, where our agenda is included in this document. So congratulations for that. It's a challenging agenda, especially vis-à-vis our own values. When we talk about SUS, the Brazilian health system, we think about the system to Brazil and for Brazil. It's not only about development at any cost, but rather sustainable development with our values, which are inclusion, sharing of benefits, respect to the original peoples, our respect to the valuing of traditional knowledge. This is all basic for a sustainable development, and at the same time presenting the innovation. When we talk about a 4.0 industry, we have to include modernity of machine learning, 4.0 industries, new modeling techniques, development of products based on a sustainable biodiversity. This is what we have to reach, what Maria de Lourdes just said, that we have a recovery, a sustainable recovery of our environment to face this global crisis in terms of climate changes. If you don't believe in that, when you leave here, the hotel, you will face a 40 degrees outside with a very low level of humidity in Rio de Janeiro. Yesterday, it was 15%. So this is a challenge. This is included in the economic complex of health, a long-term policy, a stable policy for sustainable development, but a development that includes everybody, the regional peoples, traditional knowledge, and using biodiversity in the multitude of options, but in a sustainable way. Unfortunately, our president is not here, but yesterday he was representing us and he won the Oswaldo Cruz Medal. This is an honor for our institution. They recognize what we have delivered to society in a sustainable way. And he was representing us. The government recognized, and society as a whole recognized our institution. I would like to thank the other vice presidents, Hermano, Krieger, Juliana, Maria de Lourdes, for the support they've given us. And as Maria de Lourdes said, we will only be strong if we are together. This is the major challenge we have. Let's not work in silos. Let's work together, because that's what makes us strong. I wish you a very fruitful seminar. I hope the governmental agencies that are here consider policies to support biodiversity and not short-term policies, but rather sustainable policies that support the huge potential Brazil has to contribute to health in general, to generation of income, to education, to basic sanitation. It's all related to health. These are all technologies, and it all has to be sustainable with clean sources of energy. This will be discussed in the regulatory field, but this should be a strength for us. So I hope we have 2 excellent days of seminar, and that after that we are able to separate this in effective policies to support this area. Have a nice day. Thank you.
Nós que agradecemos
We thank you.
Impossibilitados de
And
presença presencialmente aqui, nós temos os
we now have the video of the other vice presidents. Let's hear the video of Vice President of Research and Innovation, Dr. Marco Krieger. First of all, I would like to thank you to participate in this forum. I was not able to be there in person, but I support this important initiative, especially because innovation in this area. We have drugs from biodiversity and from development of other drugs. There are different layers that should also be thought about: the environmental area, social area, and I'm sure this seminar will be the right place to discuss those issues. In terms of the importance of this activity to Fiocruz, together with Farmanguinhos, through Jorge Mendonça, we have created a specific initiative to support the development of phytotherapeutic drugs. We are sure that actions like the program we have in Farmanguinhos and this seminar will foster this activity at Fiocruz. So congratulations once more for the organization. I wish you all an excellent event. Thank you.
E seguindo, nosso
Now we have the Vice President of the Promotion of Health, Hermano Castro. Hello, I want to welcome this international seminar on innovation of biodiversity. I must highlight that we must support our biodiversity, and this has been one of the central tasks of Fiocruz and the government. It means that to preserve our biodiversity, defend it against climate changes, and look for alternatives, medicinal plants. We have to incorporate this production of medicinal plants. This has been a challenge to all of us. And for that, we have to formulate better our policies that we call ecological drugs. Our national program of bioprospection, to start this debate, has been our challenge. I hope this event can recover what we have better, what we have related to the original plants, our traditional medicine, recovering this knowledge in terms of health in the fields, in the forests, in the waters, and in the territories. This event will be recovering this and also an advance in preserving biodiversity. This event has to go deeper in some themes, like the current platforms, so that we have a good information for the 4.0 platform, so that we have all the knowledge in terms of biodiversity and biotechnology. Thank you. We also have Mrs. Elda Falquito from Farmanguinhos. We will now have a small break until 10:30. Our next session will start at 10:30, and this is an international session. So if you need, use the headphones for the translation. We'll be back at 10:30.
Retornando em seguida com a transmissão. Obrigada. Estamos de volta, agora recomeçando.
We are back. We shall resume our first session. I would like to remind you that we have a live transmission from the channel of the Espírito Network. And those of you who are online can ask your questions via the chat. And we also have simultaneous translation. We are going to start our innovation in medicine in biodiversity and the new ecological paradigm. So we are going to talk about climate threat, science, and ecological development. I'm going to read the text to put it into context. We have 4 talks. Having as a scenery the new scenario of paradigm changes in science, we need a new pattern to face these emergencies. So innovation is a concrete alternative to have a new model. How can we think about innovation? Thinking about all the vegetal species, animals and fungi, and also the secondary metabolites of vegetable origin. And they correspond to more than 50% of the pharmaceutical market all over the world. That is more than $1 trillion. It is major to mention that the penicillin had its origin from a fungi from the Aspergillus genus Penicillium sp. And the antihypertensive captopril had its development based on the Boturopis jararaca and its poison. And vicrystine and vinblastine that are used for several kinds of cancer treatment were developed based on Acaranthus roseus. Those are examples that are very important of biodiversity medicine. So I shall start for our first talk this morning, Dr. Glauco Vilas-Boas, who is coordinator of the Center of Innovation and Biodiversity at Fiocruz. He is going to talk about innovation in biodiversity in a new ecological paradigm. Thank you, Dr. Glauco. You have the floor. Good morning once again. I shall start this presentation calling your attention for something that has already been mentioned here, which is the phenomenon that we are living through now in Brazil. These heat waves that have come and are around us, these new waves around us in the city of Rio. And I would like to invite you to think about that. These heat waves and other variations that I call climate emergencies. It is really a climate emergency, and this is happening all over the world. So this is the scenario, or the biggest scenario for us to contextualize our first presentation. And within this scenario, we are trying to find in Brazil a partnership to have new public policies that think about biodiversity as the center of the innovation process for new drugs. So I am Glauco Vilas-Boas. I coordinate the Center of Innovation in Biodiversity and Health at Farmanguinhos in Fiocruz. And today we are going to talk a bit about the relationship that is the theme of my talk. That is the relationship of the climate threat and science and the development, ecological development. I see that the current panorama of climate emergency leads us to understand the urgent need to adopt a new model of production and consumption in the world that is able to face the causes and the consequences that are devastating and that led us to the uncertainties about the future that we have right now. And we are also in awe of what is happening in the world. Since the beginning, the half of last century, we had the models that were developed after the Second World War in science, and they were there for many years. It was science that promoted a kind of development that would never end, as if it were possible to have that within planet Earth. In the beginning, people were very happy. We have prosperity. The world is doing very well. 40 years later, the world has perceived the fact that those resources are really finishing. And then we started the model of sustainability. So we know the relationship between doing science and the development. And we have new models to have new policies for science and for the economy. And we have different situations. We have the UN, we have the Organization for Cooperation and Economic Development in Europe, and the OMS, the World Health Organization, WHO, and others. But we were always thinking about a never-ending development. But now we know it's ending. So the governments adopted, and the member countries adopted this policy too. As of the 80s, we realized that the natural resources in the planet would end. So we had the concept of sustainability to organize models of economic development all over the world. But there is a gap between concrete actions and the political debates to establish a green economy of low carbon footprint. This led us to the current situation. Lots of debates, very few actions, real actions. So the minimum that we require is a new kind of development. And I call it ecological development. So we must have a science that supports the world to thinking about an ecological development, even more than a sustainable one. The ecological approach has to look at not only of an economy of low carbon footprint, but also the idea of maintaining and also restoring ecosystems. There is an enormous difference between one and the other. We must go beyond that to restore ecosystems and also their functions. Transferring energy, for instance, to recycle nutrients, to regulate gases and the water cycle. If we don't think about a development that maintains that, life will end. So our proposal is very wide, is broad, but very simple. We have two paths. One is to defend life as it is. The other pathway is the one that we see. Wars, people disputing the resources. This discussion is part of the world today. We must have this kind of perspective. So biodiversity is the heart of the innovation of medications or drugs for biodiversity. So this is the trigger for a new economy and a new policy. So I would like you to follow my reasoning here, because this is a seminar about innovation policies. So we have to follow this same logic, this same reasoning. This is the proposal I'm trying to summarize in this presentation in the ecological approach. Thinking about innovation and biodiversity drugs, we have to think about an innovation designed based on the principles of the conception of this ecological biodiversity. It is a various ecosystems on the earth, on the sea, on the water tables. So we have diversity among species also, diversity within species and diversity of the ecosystems themselves. This is a definition or a concept, rather, that although it is old, we have to understand it in more details. There is a concept, there is something that supports the CDB concepts or convention. So we think about the secondary metabolites and their production. As I have already mentioned, they are a result in the relationship between the different ecosystems and vegetation, where there is this enormous potential. I would like to pay homage to the researcher Otto Hottling, that he used to say that it was like a game to talk about policies and programs and biodiversity. But in truth, we know very little about biodiversity. So I'd like to pay homage to this professor of mine. And he talked about that many years ago, and very few people read about that or paid attention to what he said. So this approach is from the ecological point of view and the economic one, because according to those definitions, the drugs from biodiversity, we correspond to more than 50% of the world market. And this part of the market is the result of a process of technological development based on substances, on molecules that have as their sources biological diversity. So I go back to the same theme, and I insist on the themes because they are similar to other approaches, but it's a different point of view when you understand those concepts that I'm proposing right now. In the 80s and the 90s, the association between innovation and knowledge in its theoretical basis was very well established in the academic world, presenting like economics and information, the economy of knowledge, the economy of learning, the economy of green learning, to generate a new model of development. And it was a continuous process of elaboration by the academic world and supranational organizations. So if we have public policies that approach biodiversity and biodiversity drugs should be done if you know biodiversity. So it's been a long time that we know without knowledge, we don't go anywhere. Without learning, we have no knowledge. And vice versa. So how can we structure the knowledge? Following the same reasoning, to get to knowledge, we can organize that via a national program of bioprospecting. This is the knowledge of biodiversity. Bioprospecting is not only a program of a company, of a university. It's not only a program that Fiocruz is going to implement very soon. It must be a program that reunites everybody around this knowledge, how we can share this knowledge and open it so that everybody who wants to promote this development can use it. And afterwards, we are going to have some regulatory framework. But what we propose is a revolution of science and technology and how to implement policies, having biodiversity as the center. Why do I call it a revolution? Because it breaks the old paradigms. The paradigms of everybody being inside his or her own box, within his university or her university. This is not going to be what we need in Brazil and in the world so that we change the paradigm. So the path to a new knowledge is organized based on this program, coming from bioprospecting. So bioprospecting, it becomes concrete, generating knowledge. When it generates knowledge, and it meets the needs of different dimensions. So this knowledge must support the ecological dimensions, the political ones and the social ones via the Brazilian biodiversity. It has to be put in a network based on the main Brazilian biomas. Each bioma has its own specific characteristics. It's a universe of knowledge. So we have to have a network from down up so that this bioprospecting program reflects the Brazilian biodiversity, so that it can grow and be implemented. I suggest that this national program could be discussed, and that it has already been discussed with the Ministry of Science and Technology, but also, according to what we have heard in the opening of this seminar, it can have its headquarters at Fiocruz. Not only at Fiocruz, but Fiocruz is an institution that could host such a program. I would like to make it very clear in my presentation. One thing is just to talk. Another thing is to show the pathway. So the politicians should take action so that this becomes a reality. So I consider the generation of knowledge in the mega biodiversity of Brazil should have a program that is built not only based on the traditional knowledge, which is a big pathway, because it is very rich in its knowledge, the traditional knowledge, I mean. But we also must have the technological instruments of the last generation ones, so that we can understand the new substances. We can have botanical identification, the use for pharmacology, molecular modeling, amongst others, that will complement the records that we have in the pathway of bioprospecting. The knowledge of biodiversity is a basis for innovation, and the knowledge can be codified in information. We know that. So the design of a new policy for innovation for biodiversity drugs should look at the organization of an information system based on the new technologies that are called 4.0, new networks. They could represent an answer for connectivity challenges and communication challenges so that we can formulate a new policy of biodiversity. We need investments to create a portal with the information of biodiversity, organizing levels of information, different kinds of information. We have technology to do that with free access. And there is a new type of legal also framework based on intellectual property. So these pieces of information that are spread everywhere, we don't find them reunited in a portal. The information is spread everywhere. So this is an action of the state. It's a political issue, and we can organize that. All these pieces of information that are spread everywhere should be placed in only one and only place, like a portal. So I'm showing you a way of how to do that and how can we make this happen. While we still have biodiversity, because what we see today, during the coffee break, I was thinking, if we go in this same level, we have to think about something else, because everything has become ashes. The situation is alarming, is desperate, I would say. So this is an appeal to you, an academic and a political appeal to you. The situation is really desperate. We need the fostering, we need financing, and we must think about a new regulatory framework. We have progressed in regulations in this country, but we need to think about a new regulatory framework focusing in biodiversity, because this is different from everything we've done until now. That are policies that are related to the development, can be for medication, for drugs, for anything. I would like to go beyond. A regulatory framework should be guided by the distinction between drugs, the phytotherapeutic drugs, and the biodiversity ones. Right now, when we have a climate emergency, people still get confused between one thing and the other. I'm not saying one is good and the other is bad. I'm saying that there is a distinction. The regulatory framework has to focus on the universe of the biodiversity drugs, not only the drugs, but it's a complex discussion, nationally and international, because the regulation models that we have are supported in legislations that are not accepted by all the countries. So there is a group that adopts the European model. The US has never adopted it, on the other hand. So this discussion, when we are talking, people are not thinking, and we are thinking about a model for Brazil. So I want to provoke you, to provoke this discussion. What there already is there, and what we still need in terms of a new regulatory framework. And last but not least, I have to say that this regulatory framework must be, the debate must be done adopting a new criterion of intellectual property based on the Creative Commons that can leverage the process of regulation. I'm not going to explain that because I don't have time for that. But the debate is open. If you want to ask questions, I can answer them. What is the meaning of that? Dear friends, Brazil has to find its own way, politically speaking, based on its realities, dealing with the inequalities that we have internally and internationally, and also the challenges that are related to the distribution of the benefits in terms of social distribution. The concepts related to drugs in biodiversity are a solid basis so that we can have policies that will make viable the potential of our biodiversity, so that we open new pathways to the development of biodiversity in Brazil in an ecological, inclusive, and participating and sovereign way. And thank you for your attention.
Nós agradecemos.
We thank you, and questions will be done at the end of this session, after all the presentations. Thank you, Dr. Glauco. Now, we will have the presentation by Mr. Eric Hoot, who is Scientific Coordination of Biodiversity from Argentina. He's the responsible researcher at the University of Las Misiones in Argentina. Thank you.
Sorry? 30 minutes. Where is from? Okay. Yeah. So thank you, and okay, fine. I'm Eric Ruth, but first of all, I would like to thank Glauco Cruz de Villaboas for inviting me, Fiocruz for receiving me here. That's an honor. And also Mayara Aresendo for all the practical details regarding this. So let me start now. My presentation is going to be perhaps slightly different from what is said on the program, because I'm a medic. But I'm going to tell you a story out of the big pharma viewpoint, since I'm a big pharma guy in my life. So it's going to be slightly different, but I think we will come to a common understanding. So new medical treatments under dependence on biodiversity, and I would like to give a special thanks to Christian de Marchelier, who has helped out with this presentation. So this is what I'm going to talk about, essentially my institute, since it's a new and small institute. You see the buildings here. Its leadership is done by Viviana Rovira, who has been the Minister of Ecology in the province of Misiones. The province of Misiones is a small province in the northeast of Argentina, squeezed in between Paraguay and Brazil. And it represents 52% of Argentina's biodiversity. So this is surprising because it's a small province with only 30,000 square kilometers, 1% of Argentina. But it's due to the fact that it's covered by 50% of native forest, which is the inner Atlantic forest, and 2/3 are protected. So it's essentially what is the largest remnant of the inner Atlantic forest today. The Institute works along 4 strategic axes, and it's biodiversity and science, biodiversity and health, biodiversity and society, which is transfer of knowledge to the society, and biodiversity and management of genetic resources. And that's according to the Nagoya Protocol, and we are the granting authority. So now I'm going to start the story, which is sort of a really personal story in one way, because how can nature per se be a source of health? So what we think today is that reconnecting with nature will give us some benefits, which is reduce anger, fear, stress, and increase pleasant feelings through nature-based interactions. These nature-based interactions must be directed, and they are considered to be less intrusive and more cost-effective than traditional Occidental Western medicine. Now, we need a lot of good studies to direct these NBIs, and if you take a review out of some studies, they show that it has a positive outcome on mental health, physical and physiological health, and also on cognitive health. How? Can you have some criticism on this? Yes. Most studies were on the global north, so how will this affect us in the global south? There are small studies, a median of 36 participants, and most are observational, and those who are interventional are very small and not very standardized, and the study design is very variable. Outcomes are not standardized. We don't know how this can compare from one study to the other. These studies do not give any guidance on how to implement the NBI benefits. It does not help us in the planning of urban wellness. So we need more development and more thinking about how to do that. So the other point which I found interesting to reflect on is, why do we have natural products? So MPs, or I'm going to summarize natural products as MPs now. MPs are the result of development. So it's an evolutionary process, and you find it in all forms of life. It can be divided in 2 types, primary and secondary metabolites. Secondary metabolites are those which are interesting to us, since they do some signaling, transport, and they are competitive weapons to the chemical warfare between species. So those are the ones which have really effect as natural products, as we identify them as biomedicine. There are 4 chemical groups, and they target essential biological processes. Now, the therapeutic potential of MPs have been recognized by humans and identified by animals. So humans, what we have done is develop pharmaceuticals and do the big pharma out of it. And animals, so I'm jumping too fast, so how do we use them? So this is animals. They have identified the good things about nature and plants. So they use it essentially to treat parasites. And you have a list here of animals. I'm not going to go into it because it's boring. So what I think is interesting is that I was surprised about this, because African elephants, they use Loxodonta africana to self-medicate, to induce labor. And Kenyan women, they brew tea out of this to do the same thing. So this is, the scheme you see below is a, so to say, study or explanation on how this can come up, and that's essentially in ruminants, where they ingest and get rid of parasites and they get relief, and they increase the liking of what they eat. They identify it by sight and smell. They get an improved somatosensation, and that's the way we create a virtuous cycle. Now, humans, they have some similar way of doing this, since we have intergenerational knowledge transfer. So if you look on the left side of this slide, you see that the first human being, if Adam, if you so wish it, identifies a set of different plants that give some benefit. Some of these plants are really toxic, some are less, and some give just a great therapeutic window. This information is passed through to further generations, and they go on selecting different plants, and thereafter they can reach a good therapeutic window with a specific plant. So the pictures are just showing this process. So how do we use the natural products? We have the traditional medicine, and WHO advocates for the integration of the traditional medicine into the national health system with their definition, which I'm not going to read you through, but suffice to say that IUCN recognizes 50,000 and more plants that are biologically active. And that was in 2017, so I guess it's more by now. The practice of traditional medicine is widely spread. Even in the United States, you have 42%, France, 49%, and in African countries, 80% or more. So the demand for traditional medicine is increasing because it's an economical solution. It's also culturally acceptable. So I think there is something to gain from that. Basically, what we see, and that we see in Western medicine as well, is that patients do have, they seek ownership of their health and a compassionate and personalized treatment. So what are the pros and cons of MPs? Being natural doesn't mean that it's not toxic. The complex chemistry leads to complex interactions with registered medicines and other natural products. So you have polypharmacology. Polypharmacology means that the mechanism of action can be difficult to find and explain. Now, in terms of adverse event profile, it gives opportunities because you might mitigate by mixing different pharmacological compounds. Now you have to, we talked about this with Spiros in the break, you have to standardize the batch-to-batch profile because it's too variable now. You have to set up quality control parameters for production, storage, and further processing. And all medicinal products should have the same standard requirements for quality, clinical effectiveness, and safety. So lack of data is a major roadblock for MPs to be accepted by traditional or conventional medicine. So we need controlled clinical trials to get an idea of what is valid or not. Glauco also mentioned it, the Vice President mentioned it. We need to have a regulatory framework for this. This is very important, and I think it's going to come because authorities are getting more and more interested in natural products. There is also a lack of good manufacturing practice. So that means that there is really not a good control of contamination, like pesticide residues, adulteration, and misidentification. You need to have traceability of your drugs and your compounds, your products. You need to follow them. Pharma industry and natural products. Purification of natural products gave big pharma. Let's be simple. Some examples: morphine was purified in 1805 and was sold by Merck. Huge advancement for medicine. Bayer patented aspirin in 1899, and it's sold it, and it's still a valuable drug. So now quinine had a different story because it's a valuable drug, helps treatment in malaria, and the Dutch government realized that and got the monopoly of that. Can you give me some water? And essentially, the quinine was the result of monopoly until the midst of the 20th century, when Janssen started to sell the quinine derivatives. So other companies have benefited as well. Won't go into that because it's a bit boring, but you see the names here. So what happened? You got a burst of new drugs on the market between 44 and 60s. Huge amount of new drugs were accepted by the FDA. Later on, this production waned, and what you can see between 2016 and 2021 is that natural products is really not very prominent. And why is that? So I think the reason is, some reason is that the low-hanging fruits have been picked. The second reason is that it is a high failure rate since the 70s in the development of drugs. And this is due to the regulatory environment. And as a user of drugs, I would say I'm happy about it because we will avoid tragedies like the thalidomide tragedy. What was the response of pharma here? Increase the production of chemical compounds by high technology, high throughput screening, combinatorial chemistry, and computer-assisted drug design, and so on. However, and this is the clue, that the models are of low predictive validity. That means that you can produce whatever you want, but if you can't predict, then the rate of failures will still be high. So models are a major roadblock for NME, which NME stands for new molecular entities. So it's the major roadblock for new development, at least in my point of view. So what to do? You should critically assess the old models for the usefulness. You should discard exhausted models with low PV and really consider this, and this is something for scientists to reflect on. Garbage in, garbage out. So discard old data, discard bad models. Create new models with high PV, look for new models, go out to nature and look for examples in nature. And I think here you have Krog's principle, so you can find examples in nature that will help you define models, and I'll go through that in a minute. You should correct the lack of methodological error and change the source of NMEs to nature. That's a clear recommendation I would go for. Another issue with pharma industry is that the pharma industry got very used to high growth rates, high returns, high margins of profit, and the pharma sector got also increased nearly by 100-fold the cost for development of new drugs between 1950 and 2010. So the conclusion is that the high profit margins concept constrain the development of new molecular entities. So for instance, if you need high antibiotics for highly resistant bacteria like the multi-drug resistance or the MRSA, it's not interesting to industry because there is not a sufficient high return. So if you want to look for new models, and now I'm going to run through this, so sit down and relax. So you have, if you're interested in regenerative medicine, which I think is the future of medicine, in fact, you can look at the spiny mouse, or the acomis, which they regenerate skin and heart and so on. The axolotl salamander, if you're interested in cancer, you should look at long-lived animals and big animals that don't have cancer. And then you can look at the naked mole rat that has 2 early contact inhibitions systems that makes that it needs 4 hits for malignant transformation. Human need 3 hits. Mice need 2 hits to get cancer. The same, you can look at blind mole rats, since they have a system where cancer induction leads to necrosis mediated by beta interferon. Bats are long-lived and they have inhibitory mRNAs that act as cancer suppressors. Elephants, they have a nice model. Again, elephants, I like elephants. So they have an overexpression of TP53. So they have 19 pseudogenes, which blocks the development thing in this huge animal of 3 tons. And then you have whales, 20 tons, that do not have cancer. So you can look at different models and get ideas on what you should do. In fact, I'm stepping back. In fact, you have a company called Peel in the US, California, that is developing drugs out of the concept of elephants. Bioprospection and perspectives. So I still have some minutes to talk. So we go into this part. Forget about the numbers here. I'm sorry. But this is just to show you that I really calculated this. Essentially, we have the question I asked myself, is it worth going in and doing prospection? So the question is, how many drugs can we expect? So if you have 1 million identified, approximately 1 million identified species, and you have 8 million total, then you make the subtraction. You know that you have 1 million gives 930 drugs. So then what will 8 million give? So 8 million will give 7,000 new drugs that you can expect by identifying the new species. So if you go for different estimations of remaining unidentified species, then you will find different numbers that are much higher, 75,000 or 1 billion drugs. That sounds speculative, but again, those are the numbers you can get. So my question was, bioprospection, how and for what? You need infrastructure. Basically, you need infrastructure. You need focus on sustainability, cooperation, and business development. Here comes the big pharma guy, no? I'm sorry for that. So you need sample requirement. You need a lot of different things. Knowledge bank, sample storage in different ways, sample analytics, data storage, function search, predictive models here. Regulatory framework, we know that industrial scaling up. People tend to forget scaling up. It's a science by itself. Creative market generation, business models, involve venture capital, business angels, long-term investors. Sample requirement, no explanation needed. Out in the woods and look for samples. How to store that? We need the knowledge. Knowledge banks. I gave you two examples. The Biodiversity Heritage Library by the Smithsonian, and you have the similar one in the EU. And then this is a prayer. This is a prayer. Give researchers in the poor countries like Argentina, like Africa, like in Asia, give us access to the journals, give us access to the data. We don't have it. It's a pain. Sample storage, biobanks, develop biobanks. Here is a list of biobanks. I'm not going to go through and read the biobanks for you and what they do. And so you have in France, you have in Australia, you have in Brazil, you have in Argentina, you have in the US, of course, and South Africa. Example, South Africa is an interesting country to look at. They are giving good examples. Analytics, this is an example, genomics. There are many projects, genomic projects. They seem to be scattered all over the world, and they don't interact a lot. So you have the Eyeball Consortium, Earth Biogenome Project, Darwin Tree of Life. You have the Brazilian Genomic Project between Chico Mendes and Vale. And you have the Global Genome Initiative, its networks, and the biobanks. And the assessment of all this genomic work it's not nice. It's really not nice. The speed should be increased by 2 orders of magnitude in order to get to the end in reasonable time. The quality is variable, very bad. And another bad point is that the 70% is made by 3 countries, US, China, Switzerland, and 75% is made by the global north. Biodiversity prospection. So bioprospection in Argentina is done by biodiversity access platforms, and that is driven by Christian Demarchelier with partners, and they explore biodiversity for commercially viable products, and it's a network spread in Argentina. And you see up on the right top, you see Misiones. We are a node of this network, and you have another bioprospection project funded by the BID, the Inter-American Development Bank, which makes a study of the Western Amazonas. And here we have biodiversity studies made in Fiocruz by Glauco and his team, their network. You have another group in Sao Paulo, and they are focused rather more on technical side with 5 partners in the consortium of well-renowned and reputed institutes. So what is the impact of climate changes and biodiversity loss? And here I'm out of my depth, so I'm really swimming in areas that I don't know a lot about. So essentially, I'm going to make reference to a paper published recently in Science, which shows the tropical forests. There are essentially 2 forests that are in green. It's Amazonas and New Guinea. The rest is red to a varying degree. And South America has 2 big red spots, Latin America more than so. And it means that the red spots are under extreme threat. They are going to disappear if we don't do anything. Seeing this map, it makes me think on a paper where they hypothesized what was going to happen with climate change and increased temperatures. So they said, for instance, the biodiversity-rich areas, they are going to be depleted. Species are going to die. Those who can migrate north and south, they are going to survive, which means immobile species, they are not going to be able to survive. So immobile species, we're talking about trees, if you want to be more clear. But even animals, they will have problems because their habitat is going to change. So that's one effect that we can see. What will happen? Will we be a new Sahara in Amazonas? That's another point. I can also tell you, Amazonas is irrigating the whole Argentinian pampas due to the wet and humid winds that go into Amazonas. They go against the Andes and then go south. So Pantanal will get dried up. That would be really bad. This is just to show you where I am in Misiones here. This is the Atlantic forest in 1940 compared to 2018. It has disappeared to 90% or more. So, coming to an end, to my own clock, I still have 1 minute and 45 seconds, so I probably can end up this in time. So, what is in red is where I think we have to make improvements, really improvement. And that's function search, regulatory framework, industrial scaling up. Why am I focusing on that is because, as we discussed yesterday in the dinner, I think without money, without interest of people who are investing, it's going to be difficult to change. And I think one important responsibility of natural products is to change the mindset of people. You see the herbal medicine companies, they have changed the mindset of people. People think natural products are good, that they are not toxic, and so on and so on. So there is room for improvement, really. So this should be, so I'm coming to bias prospection for what? So I think the important thing here is improve people's livelihood, conservation of biodiversity, and on a more prosaic and action point, as you said, create new markets based on new concepts of products, change our lives, how we live, think on new uses of biodiversity products, essentially to provide a chance for us to survive. And the conclusion is cooperation and coordination efforts should increase at all levels. Global North and Global South should work together as equal partners. Partnerships should be fair and just. New medicines look at nature for new predictive models to answer medical needs. Consider creative pharmacology that is guided by observation and study of human physiological extremes. I'm sorry, I'm going to give you an example. Why don't you understand a long-lived smoker that does not have lung cancer? Who has studied that? And identify new uses and create markets for biodiversity products. So start to think about out of the box. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Eric. This is good. Vamos dando prosseguimento.
We shall resume, and I'd like to remind you that the questions can be asked at the end of this session. Our next talk is a new scenario for research for natural resources and global change. We have Spiros Theodoris, who is associated researcher in the University of Goethe in Salzburg, Frankfurt.
Thank you very much. It's a great pleasure and honor to be here, and thank you, Glauco, and the committee for inviting me here. We have the, I'm also very glad that Eric touched upon many issues that I would like to discuss. So probably some of the slides are redundant here. That's good because it saves us some time. But I will pick it up where Eric left it. The purpose of this presentation is to provide a new research directions, ways and synergies, mostly multidisciplinary synergies, that we can really exploit in order to move forward with research in evaluating medicinal resources, natural medicinal resources. I'm an ecologist by background, ecologist and evolutionary biologist, so I will touch upon these issues. I don't touch any clinical issues or things related to human health, but I will try to give an overview of the ecology and the threats that medicinal biodiversity is here. We tried to plot, we tried to map the economic benefits and values that societies would have if we would use these plants that are approved for. In this case, cough and cold. Okay. Given that the initial investment would happen at the very early stages to evaluate the safety and efficacy of these plants, these are how many millions euros each region would save given that they would use these plants. Okay. It's a substitute to over-the-counter commercial drugs. Okay. So imagine a world that we have public institutions providing medicines for free to consumers. Okay. So these are the amount of money that we could save from our pockets. Okay. And this, of course, can contribute to economic growth and well-being. Last but not least, and this is where I will be focusing for the next of my presentation, is the threats that these contributions are facing. What we have here is just an overlay of the predicted increase in temperatures in the mid-21st century under a certain given scenario of greenhouse gas emissions. There are different alternative scenarios of gas emissions. This is one of them, one of the pessimistic ones, I would say. And if we overlay that on top of the bioactive compound relative richness, the map that I presented a few slides ago, we can identify ecosystems and regions in the European subcontinent that are more exposed to climate change. Now, these maps cannot really reveal the processes or the exact impact of climate change on these contributions, on the ecosystem's capacity, but are already indicative of regions that are facing the threat of climate change. Okay. So we put it all together. We have the framework, the theoretical framework, and we have some suggestions to quantify the different components of this framework. As I said, these are not definite results. So these suggestions are not supposed to be a research article, for example. These suggestions are, the goal of these suggestions are to trigger and motivate further research. These are simplified indicators, but as we will see next, can really initiate and trigger research directions that could provide really evidence-based solutions for protecting medicinal biodiversity. I mentioned before, I'm an ecologist and evolutionary biologist by training. All my research has been based on these principles. So it's very natural for me to start exploring this aspect here. The ecological processes, the ecosystem functions underlying the production of bioactive compounds out in nature. And I think this is quite important, because only this way we can really realize the value of nature, by really understanding the mechanisms and the processes behind the production of medicines. Okay. Not only this is a paradigm shift, but this can also help the industry mimic the environmental processes that give rise to bioactive compounds. Okay. I won't go through all these details, but this is just an illustration of the evidence that we have so far about the functions. Eric briefly mentioned that, touched upon this issue, what bioactive compounds do out in nature. This is experimental evidence that comes from single species or lab experiments. Okay. It's scattered in the literature. No one has collected it so far, which is a great idea for future research, to start looking in the scattered evidence in literature and bring it all together. And this is something that we are planning to do in the future. But we know that bioactive compounds have a certain role, and there are underlying ecosystem functions in that. So given these ideas and this hypothesis, we are developing research frameworks, and we try to get funded for it. So we're in the process of asking for funding to realize these ideas. I will briefly describe this research framework on how we can recover the ecosystem functions responsible for the production of bioactive compounds. So up here you have the major hypothesis behind the production of bioactive compounds. I mentioned abiotic stress. Okay, bioactive compounds are being produced as a function of plants to fight abiotic stress, solar radiation, climatic stress, etc. You have the community structure, biotic interactions, pollinators, herbivores, okay, all the animals that interact with plants and make them force the production of bioactive compounds, okay. And we have, of course, a very important aspect here is the microbiome, okay. Endophytes and enemies of plants in the form of microbiome that also mediate the production of bioactive compounds. Okay, so you have these three main lines, three main hypotheses, and what we propose is, you go out in the field across ecosystems, different biomes in Europe, but it could also be in Brazil or tropical regions. Okay, you go out in the field, you sample, you measure all these parameters, both in the field but in the lab as well. Okay, you also measure bioactive compounds. You take into account, of course, genomic diversity and evolutionary relationships, okay, the underlying genetic factors that are responsible for that, with the ultimate goal of producing models, general models, okay, as people do in mathematics, okay. We try to find a general function, a general model that can really explain the production of bioactive compounds given environmental conditions, okay. High risk, high gain. This is something, biology is a complex thing. We don't really expect a linear or even a relationship like that. But at least we may get to the point that we may identify a set of factors, environmental factors, that maximize, for example, the production of bioactive compounds. And I said, why this is important? First of all, because a deeper understanding of the ecological mechanisms is crucial for us to start protecting biodiversity more efficiently, medicinal biodiversity. But second, it's very important for bioprospecting. It's very important for mimicking these environmental factors in order to maximize production also in the lab, apart from the field. Okay. It's also crucial to identify points like that, points that minimize the production of bioactive compounds. Why is that crucial? This is crucial because under environmental change, we can really predict the conditions that will really decline the production of bioactive compounds with dramatic consequences for ecosystems. We saw that they're involved in certain functions, so minimizing the production of bioactive compounds may disrupt many ecological processes, and ecosystems may collapse because of that. Okay. So this is one of the suggestions that we have. And of course, as I mentioned before, this needs to be a synergistic approach. In our case, for example, we combine different diverse principles. On one hand, we have macroecological model and biodiversity models and analysis, okay, this macroecological perspective, as we call it, in order to map everything under a common framework. We have biodiversity genomics, people expert in evolutionary biology and biodiversity genomics. And of course, we have plant biochemistry. Bringing all these principles together, these diverse principles together, would really allow us to move forward and start recovering and achieving our goal. Okay. And this is where we also seek collaborations and synergies between countries, between institutions, in order to achieve something even bigger, maybe even at the global scale. Okay. Now, I mentioned also before that this is a very crucial aspect, the threats that medicinal biodiversity is facing. Okay. And we do have gaps there as well, as many as the gaps that we have also in the data to come together, diverse data that should come together, many different models, and also stakeholders that need to be engaged in order to protect it efficiently. Okay. So we'll see a few examples, and these are some slides based on my latest research on ironvore, on this plant species. I use that species as a model in order to realize these ideas that I just exposed. Again, very well-known species in Greece. It has been approved for certain therapeutic areas, but lately is gaining more attention from the industry as well, because there is some evidence that it may also be responsible for fighting Alzheimer's disease. We don't know that for sure, but there is some evidence there. So it's becoming popular. And because it's becoming popular in many countries, in the Southern Balkans, it's going extinct. People tend to overexploit that, go out there in the wild, over-collecting, send it France, Germany to the companies. There is no regulation there, as we said. Okay, no regulation about the importing processes and the sourcing. So this plant is going extinct. But apart from that, there are also environmental factors that threaten it. I briefly mentioned that before, but we'll see one of these processes here. These are the Greek mountains, okay, a typical Greek mountain in Greece, high altitude above 2,000 meters. Open landscapes. These landscapes were open not only because of climatic conditions, but back then, in the 50s, in the 40s, there was a lot of human activity, even before, grazing, traditional grazing practices, okay, that would keep the landscape open. And that landscape is really suitable for plants like ironwood. Okay, we see here the typical habitat. What happened lately was through urbanization and land abandonment in the mountains, those landscapes were left unmanaged. Now, coupled with global warming, this facilitated woody plant encroachment, as we call it in ecology. Okay, the expansion of competitive vegetation. Here is pines and cedars. Okay, that tend to occupy the landscape. Okay, here are some archives from the Google Earth. So you see, in 2003, a relatively open landscape, but some years after, we tend to see that the landscape is being occupied by woody vegetation. Okay, and this threatens the habitats of ironwood. So this is the hypothetical situation, the ecological processes. On one hand, we have land abandonment. On the other hand, we have global warming, and together they act to create a situation like that. Okay, we're losing habitats. We're losing important habitats for these plants. Okay, grassland plants. I would like to stress also the importance of biological collections. We mentioned biological collections before, and this is something that really helped me in my own research. I chose this plant because there is a lot of archives. Botanists, they used to collect plants back in the 70s in Greece, and we do have a very, very, very nice archive of these plants. You see some indicative numbers here, so I chose study sites and populations based on the availability of archives. Again, so what I did, I revisited these regions again, went out in the field, as Eric mentioned, we need sampling. Okay, so I sampled the herbaria, visited the herbaria in Europe. I resampled the same populations again to have a comparison, to start comparing. I developed the genome, the whole genome of this plant. Okay, and I resequenced the genomes of both archives and modern samples in order to compare the genetics. Okay, why genetics? Because the genetic diversity is a very important indicator for demography, for function, for declines in general. Okay, it's a very, very, very important indicator. What we see here is a very interesting situation. In this plot, for example, what we see is on the left-hand side is the archives, the biological archives from the past. On the right-hand side is the modern samples. And this direction, this upward direction, shows inbreeding depression. This is how we call it in evolutionary biology. Inbreeding is a process that results from population declines. Where population declines, plants, even people that share the same ancestral background, they tend to breed with each other. Okay, so it's a process of inbreeding. It's very indicative of rapid population declines. Okay, and this is what we observed. Okay, across the mountains, different degrees, of course, we have extensive inbreeding. Population declines. This is a process that only biological archives could reveal. If you don't have monitoring, okay, efficient monitoring, and unfortunately only a few countries are very efficient in monitoring, genetic monitoring, you can rely on biological archives, these libraries of natural history. Okay. But what's even more important, we use satellite data to assess greening, okay, this process of vegetation greening or mountain greening of the plant, woody plant expansion. And we found something very, on one hand, fascinating, because when you're a researcher and you see this type of results, you're very fascinated. On the other hand, it's very depressing, okay. We saw a very clear relationship, a linear relationship between ecosystem processes, so mountain greening, vegetation greening, captured by satellites, and inbreeding processes at the genetic level. Okay. For us, it's really fascinating because so far it was considered impossible to be able to predict, using satellites, changes at the genetic level. Okay. Using satellites, we can usually predict changes at the ecosystem level. Okay. This is expected. This is why satellites are being used for. We can also track big animals like elephants that Eric mentioned. But no one would imagine that we can also predict changes at the genomic level. Okay. So this is something that we achieve using this hypothesis for medicinal biodiversity. Okay. We have a good way of addressing threats to medicinal biodiversity using satellite data, readily available satellite data. Okay. So we have addressed this issue here, population declines, but we're still missing this crucial aspect here. So my new endeavor, research endeavor, is trying to be able to define the relationship there, using satellites, assessing ecosystem change, okay, using remote sensing to predict changes at the bioactive compounds. Okay. We can discuss more on that during the debate or during lunch, the details, methodological details of how this can be done. But this is one of the main goals now. Okay. With that, I would like to thank you for being here. And to summarize that, I think it's quite important that synergistic approaches will be established. On one hand, ecologists could also address these indicators there, these parts of the chain here, but we also need collaborations with people from human health, people that do a lot of clinical studies, for example, started to formulate these synergistic approaches in order to put both human health and biodiversity under this umbrella that we call it planetary health. Okay, it's quite important for me, and maybe it will give us a chance to save the planet after all. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Spears, for joining us this morning. A gente dá prosseguimento.
Para a nossa
Before
próxima palestra,
we proceed to our next presentation,
da
we'll
biodiversidade
talk about the
para o
importance of
desenvolvimento de
biodiversity for
medicamentos.
development of
Professora
drugs.
Emerson
Professor
Queiroz,
Queiroz
associado
is a senior
Daniela,
researcher
bem-vindo.
from Geneva University. Welcome, Professor.
Água é vida, né? Bom dia a todos. Eu queria só agradecer.
Good morning. First, I'd like to thank Dr. Glauco for the invitation.
Para mim é realmente uma honra
It's an honor to me to be here.
tantas figuras conhecidas, tantos amigos.
So many faces I know, friends from Brazil.
pouco do que foi dito até
Today,
agora da química
I'd like to talk about the chemistry of the natural products. And I'd like to talk to you about my point of view. We'll talk about biodiversity and chemical diversity. This is what I want you to relate. When we look at the history of evolution, we have to talk about Charles Darwin. He describes the origin of species. For 20 years, he wrote this book. And the conclusion is that in evolution, characteristics change throughout the generations based on natural selection process. This natural selection process is evident, and you will see that from the chemical point of view, it's not so common, but it happens. What is curious is that Charles Darwin, when he was young, in 1832, he came to Rio de Janeiro. He approached in the Guanabara Bay. He went to the botanical garden. One of the first places he saw the tropical forest. And he was amazed by the beauty of the flora and of the city of Rio de Janeiro. When we see this figure generated by AI, it's clear to see the evolution of man throughout time. It's quite clear from the morphological point of view. In terms of chemistry, it's not so evident, but there was also an evolution from compounds like glucose. Then we have the skenic acid, compound, the malolonic acid. You have very complex compounds, and others like these alkaloids from Catharanthus rosas that Glauco mentioned are used to treat cancer today. From morphologically speaking, the botanists use morphology to classify the plants, and there's a connection between chemistry and those plants. Like the ginkgo biloba and the vinca plant. In some species, those compounds are synthesized. In this case, only one ginkgo biloba is able to synthesize the alkaloids from vinca, the vincastrine and V-plastine are used. So you have some variation in these species. Ginkgo biloba is like a living fossil. It's the only plant from the ginkgo plant or ginkgo family. All the others have disappeared, and ginkgo biloba is the only species. There are some fossils here, and we can notice that the older cousins of ginkgo were present 70 million years ago at the dinosaur time. In 2003, a Chinese group discovered a link that was missing from the Cretaceous era, where this was the lost chain for this evolution. Ginkgo was the only one who survived. This is a unique chemistry where we related to just one species. When we study some species, we will notice that only some molecules are specific for those species, like the artemisinin. You won't find it in other species, only in Artemisias nu. So when we lose species, we lose the chemistry that was generated by evolution. Ginkgo is interesting. Today, pharmaceutical industries sell ginkgo biloba. This is the most sold medicinal plant in the world. This is used to improve cognitive action and losing of memory. In this case, and other medicinal plants that are produced vastly by the pharmaceutical industry, they are cultivated to avoid genetic variation. We have to standardize the stratus and also production. Wild collection is absurd because there is genetic variation. So it's not logical. Ginkgo is an excellent example of a natural product for development of a drug. Botox, jararaca, and captopril and enalapril, an anti-hypertensive drug, sold all over the world. This was found in Brazil from a Brazilian researcher, Professor Ferreira. He was the one who took the venom from the snake to the US, and then they were able to identify the different compounds. Another example is rapamycin. Why is this name? It's sirolimus. It's an immunosuppressor. This molecule is produced by one microorganism, Streptomyces, only found in the Rapa Nui, in the eastern island. That's why it's called rapamycin. These are interesting examples of the importance of chemical diversity to develop drugs. In 2020, two colleagues, Dr. Newman and Gordon Gregg, published a paper in the Journal of Natural Products. They surveyed all the drugs developed between 1981 and 2019 to classify the origin of those drugs. This was the result. When we look of what they've done from natural origin, those are the standardized stratus, 4.5%. When you go on and look at the synthesis compounds based on a natural compound, then you have another 22.5%. When you reach derived natural products, when you isolate a molecule, you optimize it in the lab, you improve it, then you reach 45.2% of everything that is sold. So that's the importance of natural products for the development of new drugs. Other examples, for cancer, 65% of everything sold comes from natural products. This is an example of a molecule with the name is CIBS to treat leukemia. Cancer is always a driving force to make money and invest in major pharmaceutical companies. What perhaps is not known, before we used to do lots of research with plants. Today, it's more for microorganisms and maritime products, like this molecule, apidine, albicans. This is like a marine sponge, and they developed the synthesis, and now they are able to produce this kind of molecule in big scale. Another example is the insects. An example is Colifera vicina, where some linear peptides were isolated, identified. A candidate for a drug is aroferon-1, a very strong antiviral against HSV and HPV. This is being developed in Europe in a small startup. This is just to give you an idea of how many we have. Before, plants, now maritime products and insects. Another point is the research done in the US through this Conus magnus, which is a mussel. They have like a spear and they paralyze fish. So he feeds on those fish after paralyzing them. And this colleague, Baldomiro de Oliveira, had the idea of studying these Conus magnus to see which type of toxins they would produce to paralyze a fish. They identify complex peptides. The first was published in 1982 in a small journal, but it called the attention of the pharmaceutical industry because the biological activity was very interesting. At the time, peptides was not very common, so they invested on it, and now we have
15 anos, já a chegada do pre-out
Pre-autumn
no comércio, né?
is on the market, approved by FDA
Da dor,
for treating pain.
1000 vezes mais
This is 1,000 times more potent than morphine,
bem particular para
but this is specifically for severe pain.
uma bomba
And you have like a pump in your marrow, and it delivers micrograms of this molecule, which is very, very powerful. So these are just some examples of biodiversity. We lived through the pandemic of COVID-19. Millions of people died all over the world. And what was interesting was that people who were ill had to do a tracheostomy to survive. They were tubed, you know. I don't know if you are aware, but this type of this type of medical use, medical procedure, for that, you need a molecule to paralyze the muscles. The two most used molecules is atracurium and cisatracurium. These are the chemistry of the molecules. They come from a plant in Brazil. I don't know if you know that. Perhaps some people know that. This molecule comes from a molecule known in Brazil, tubocurarin, which is an antagonist of the nicotinic channels, an alkaloid. And without this idea of this molecule, we would never reach those two molecules, and they wouldn't be in the market. So this is how important our biodiversity is. These indigenous people, they use that plant, Condoveno tamentoso, used by the Indians to hunt. So when the animal was reached by those arrow, he's paralyzed. And then you can eat it without getting intoxicated, because this molecule is not effective in humans. So based on that, we were able to save millions of people during the pandemic of COVID. How do we discover new molecules? I will mention how we used to do it and how we are doing now. Before, we collected a plant, a microorganism, or a maritime organism. Then we extracted the product. There are different ways to do that. And then we tested this stratus in vivo and in vitro. After that, we fraction it by different chromatography techniques until we find it in a pure stage. This technique still works when we have a biological target that is well defined. When we come to the active compound, we find that it has already been described in the same plant or a similar one. So all this work is lost. When you isolate the compound, you have open column, chromatography, control, until you reach a pure process. And then you come to this final structure. This is very slow, and you have no idea of the chemistry. Then this is just what I said. Today, what can we do to speed it up? We start analyzing the stratus with a UHPLC. That's the machine we use. You have a small column, small particle size. Then we can detect the compounds by 3 points. The first, LSD, gives us the amount of the compound in the sample. That's very important, because sometimes you have a compound that is very small, and to isolate it, you have to have much more material. With that, you have the UV detection, and you have high resolution spectrometry. And now we've been using something else, which is fragmentation. For that, we use molecular network. I'll talk about that. And then with these 3 detectors, we know about the chemical composition of the sample without purifying it. We already know what is there. Then we transfer those conditions to a bigger column, we fraction the stratum. We can use in vivo and in vitro tests to place the active compound. Then we determine the structure of this compound. This is another challenge. To separate the molecule is one thing. When you have the pure molecule, you have to find the structure. This is done by nuclear magnetic resonance. We have this cryo machine where we can determine the structure in the scale of a microgram. When I started studying in the 1994, it's a long time. You have like 10 to 15 milligrams, and we have to isolate a compound to reach the structure. This was pure suffering. Sometimes we couldn't finish that process. Now with this platform and a cryo machine, we are able to reach 30 micrograms. This is the stereochemistry, relative stereochemistry. So we are able to, in a microgram scale, do 2T RMN to establish the compound. This speed up the discovery of new molecules. Let's talk about molecular networks. We have the stratum. They are analyzed by ultra-high PLC. In this UHPLC, you have this, which is a very good technique, with 5 micron columns. Then you separate the stratum. If you're not aware of this technique, each peak that you see is one molecule that was synthesized. When we look at that, we see that plants have fantastic chemistry. They are able to synthesize a huge number of complex compounds. So we needed 60 minutes to separate, and now we need less than 10 to achieve the same result with the UHPLC. Why is this so interesting? Well, I'm not talking about that. When you have stratum libraries and you want to compare them, you need like billions of stratum. So speed is very important. When you combine this technique with a mass spectrometry, high resolution, you have this. You have the molecular weight, mass. You see what you couldn't see before. Known stratum that we knew before, you will notice much more things that we're not able to see before. You see minority compounds that have never been detected before. And this opens many other possibilities. So you have the stratum. Each peak, you have a retention time. For each stratum, you have the molecular mass. You can determine the brute form of the molecule, and you compare it to databases. If it is a well-known molecule, you can speed up the process to identify. You can also fragment the molecule, like hammering on it, breaking it down, and then we compare the fragments. Similar molecules provide similar fragments. With that, I can identify similar or analog molecules, and this is like a revolution. You have one molecule you think is active, and then you can see where the other molecules are that have the same or similar chemical structure. We can also simulate this fragmentation and compare with the experimental one, and we can identify the molecule. All that is possible through a series of softwares. They are all free. So all this GNPS network is like a revolution. If you're interested, you can study online. You can download the programs and know how to treat data. But there's no free lunch, as we know. There's no free lunch. When you download your data to use this software to identify your molecules, this data that you are providing the platform are stocked there. The chemical impression and the molecules you have identified go to the center of all that. So that's a way of taking data from the researchers. This is what these software companies are doing, even when they are connected to the universities. Just keep in mind that there's no free lunch. Then we have the annotation. Now we don't talk about the replication anymore. So based on the retention time and mass characteristics, I've come to a hypothesis. When this technique came, I was the one to say, well, this is bullshit. It won't work. It's very complicated. We can't trust this kind of prognosis. Then time goes by, and I was awed because we come very close to the real result. You predict the structure, you isolate it, and it's there. These prediction methods are fantastic. For that, we need to isolate the molecule we want to test. To isolate, there are different techniques from microgram or gram scales, different techniques. When we want to isolate micrograms, we use a small chromatography, very small column, the UHPLC. When we want to isolate more, we increase the scale. Here you see in my hand a classical column, so-called flash, and C18, when we want to isolate the grams of the molecule. All three columns are done similarly, so we can predict the separation and isolate it in a very good way. Thanks to this platform, we are able to isolate hundreds of compounds. This was a fantastic work from our students. And we came to the conclusion that in most cases, all those secondary metabolites are in a very small amount. It's like we see an iceberg. You see only the tip of the iceberg. This is what we are analyzing, the secondary metabolites. When we compare the mass, there is a huge mass underneath the surface. These are the primary metabolites, saccharides and lipids. This is what is produced by the plant or microorganism. So what can we do with these primary metabolites? There are common flavonoid compounds. What do we do with them? How can we value these compounds that the plants produce? The second part of my presentation is biotransformation. Glauco asked me to talk about methods to be used by green chemistry, and I'll show you. I don't know if you know, but the biotransformation is a chemical reaction that transforms a compound through the action of a living organism. An example of that is the production of cheese. The French have used penicillium roquefort to produce the blue cheese. In Brazil and in other parts of the world, you produce beer due to the Saccharomyces cerevisiae. So these are biotransformation processes. In our lab, we use these with a specific function. We come from simple compounds that are isolated on the plants, and we transform them in complex compounds using fungi and enzymes. Here you have an example. Botrytis cinerea is the fungi that is attacking the grapes. So we isolate the fungus from Botrytis, and we use them, the enzymes, to do biotransformation. We start with a simple compound, and we achieve more complex ones. In the lab, everything is done in a small scale. Here you have two well-known compounds in contact with those fungi enzymes. In 24 hours, we have a reaction. In the beginning, the two signs
4 horas depois,
are here. 24 hours later, this is what you have.
analisar então
So you analyze the stratum.
da reação,
We did the upscale of the reaction,
composto, e que eu vou
and
rapidamente mostrar
I will show you
a separação dos
how we separate those compounds
a semi-separativa HPLC,
from these three mechanisms.
seletividade da separação,
UHPLC, 21 compounds were isolated
no mesmo tempo, no mesmo
in one step.
Então, vamos ver o tipo de estrutura que a gente
Let's see of kind of structure.
enzima fúngica,
From a fungi enzyme, we are able to generate a series of derivatives.
dímeros desses compostos, do resveratrol ou desse composto que a gente chama de piteroestilbene.
From these two compounds. One reaction, 21 compounds. Most of them are new scaffolds, new structures. So this is quite interesting to use the green chemistry. Fungi enzymes. The reactions is done in aqueous means to generate biodiversity.
Diferentes tipos de
One reaction, 20 new compounds. At the end of this project, we were able to get more than 70 derivatives of these compounds using this biotransformation. And what is the biological activity? We know that everybody is fighting against resistant microbes. So one of these compounds was very active against Staphylococcus aureus and other ones that are listed there. And this compound could not generate those strain against those strains. So this molecule had something interesting. There was a test developed in the University of Geneva. He used one amoeba. He contaminates the amoeba with a bacteria, and it is treated then, the contaminated amoeba. You have the amoeba and the bacteria inside it. The idea is to treat the amoeba. The molecule has to go through the membrane of the amoeba and of this other membrane without killing the amoeba. So you know the toxicity. There is a good bioavailability. This method can be patented without problem. It's IP, how you develop the biotechnology. There's no problem for producing or any patent protection. The last example, everybody talks about Carlos Chagas and knows the Chagas disease. So an example of the Brazilian biodiversity, Dr. Cara Cretino, who is a professor in Maranhão, she brought us this plant. It's a partnership between São Paulo, Maranhão, and the University of Genebra. She did her doctorate with us, so she tested this plant that is very near to the drug against Chagas disease, and the stratum was not complicated. We had 3 major compounds. When we isolated them, they had new structures. They had new chemical skeletons. Testing two of them were very acting against Trypanosoma cruzi in those 2 forms. I'm not going into details so that you can see the activity of those compounds. Due to a partnership with Fiocruz in Salvador, one of the compounds we isolated in great quantity. We gave it orally to the infected animals. There was a 92% of reduction, and the test was conducted in 3 different labs, 2 in Europe and another one in Brazil, to validate this activity that looked very interesting. So we wanted to improve it. So how to improve the activity of the compound? So we went to the sea. Why? Because the maritime organisms can synthesize very active molecules. Sometimes you have a tertan with a skeleton similar to a plant, but you have iodine, halogen, and bromo, the activity would go up. So 20% of all the drugs that are sold in the world have an allergen, and 30% of all of them that are used in agrochemistry have an allergen. The difference is the number. It can be polyallergenic, are more toxic, and are used for agriculture. So we did a reaction in the stratum, directly into the stratum. We did the halogenation, and we followed it up with HPLC, and we generated a whole library of compounds, bromo, that were iodated, and so on and so forth. And at the end of the story, one activity, a compound that was inactive, that was here. You see the parasite before and after the test, and a compound that's very active, 0.3 micromolar. And the moment you put an allergen, the activity changes. Now we are doing a synthesis of this molecule. And to end, what is said about this story is that we tried to collect this plant, and in 2019 there were fires in the area, and you can't find the plant anymore. All the area where we used to collect it was destroyed. This area in the state of Mato Grosso, and where the plant used to live, has been destroyed. I had never seen something like that. Going back to the field, I couldn't find the magical plant anymore. It disappeared due to the fires. And it is very sad to see that the same thing is happening this year in Brazil. So nature is a unique chemical library, and you cannot put fire to a library before reading the books. I have those points that we are going to discuss, but I would like to thank my colleagues that were my partners in this research. And thank you very much for your attention.
Agradecemos e
Thank you very much for your participation. And right now, we would like to call our speakers to the floor so that we can have a Q&A session. If you are online in our channel at the RedesFito, you can leave your observations on the chat. Later on, you get the answers. We have here with us Dr. Maria Bellis, that coordinates Farmanguinhos in the area of natural products. We also have here Marcelo Pereira from Farmanguinhos and Leila Mello from the Vice Presidency of Health and Innovation. They are all in the audience. Do you have any questions from the audience? From our speakers, to our speakers? Does anyone from the audience have a question? I'm Professor Glauber from the University of Ceará. Congratulations to all the speakers. Congratulations for your presentations. I'd like to ask Professor Emerson, who is Brazilian and has been living in Switzerland for a long time. Where is the pharmaceutical industry in your experience, both in Brazil and abroad? because you know many groups in Brazil that work in the area of chemistry in the same profile from the beginning in the past until the current days and the characterization of molecules. So from your point of view, what is the bottleneck? Because someone who received the prize, we have that in our biodiversity. So from your point of view, what is the real bottleneck? Because the competencies in Brazil exist. But what is the problem that makes it so difficult for us to leverage our knowledge? Well, it's a very difficult question that you have asked. But you said something. I was many years working from the pharmaceutical industry. This was good for me to know about the industry. How does the industry get to sees the university and vice versa? Abroad, I have a small experience abroad. There is lots of respect between the industry and the university and vice versa. The industry sees us as experts that can help them. So there is respect. And the academic world, the university, see the industry as a partner to develop. There's no taboo of working with the industry. The university sees it as a good thing. So you can provide services to the industry. The industry comes to us because we are experts. You can solve a problem. And there is the transference of technology. This is complicated because, on the other hand, in the industry, you must have people who understand what you do. You have to understand the technology when you want to transfer. At the university, you have the tech transfer that you have in Brazil, the agency that transfers technology, that bridges this gap, but they must understand of business. They must understand how to place a product in the marketplace, if it is competitive or not. When you present something to the industry, you must have an idea of the marketplace, of the value of your product. The U2 is an innovative product. Is it something new or is it a mixed product? So both sides, you must have experts who understand what you're talking about, and they must be open to negotiate. So you must have people who help this transfer of technology. I think the technical capacity of the groups in Brazil is very good. We publish in the best journals in the world. We have Roberto Fermini, who is the editor of the Journal of Natural Products. This is a recognition, a Brazilian from the University of Campinas. I'm not just saying that Roberto is good. I'm saying that you have a Brazilian in an American journal. So we do have the technical capacity. What we lack is the Brazilian industry to be open to innovation. There was a time when it was open, but this must come back. And in the national industry, must have people who are able to evaluate a project, and in people in the industry that want to invest, put their money, because it's a risk investment. I don't know if my colleagues have an opinion about that, what I have just said. Would you like to add something?
Industry has, depending on countries, are more or less open. You say that the Brazilian industry is less open than eventually European or US industry. And I would compare with Argentinian industry, which is very, very closed up and very tight. And I think there is a lack of interest in taking risks. No one wants to take a risk because, as I mentioned, there is an expectation from the market to have high profit margins and high return on investment. And no one wants to change that because for shareholders, the big pharma is one of the most profitable shares you can have. So I think we must have a change of mind, or accept that pharma should take a bigger risk, or take intermediaries, the startups, the biotech startups are probably a good intermediary, but then big pharma should put in more money, and eventually also authorities should give more leeway to biotechs.
Eu gostaria de complementar com um aspecto.
Yes, I'd like to add with a point of view that sometimes is not seen. In the past, the Brazilian government had started a program that today is in the economic health complex, but it comes from a long time ago, from the innovation law. This is a partnership program, partnerships. So those partnerships are part of a governmental policy that interacts with the interests of the industry and the universities and other institutions. So in Brazil, we already have this experience. I can't talk on behalf of the Ministry of Health, but I'm a co-evolutive from the academic point of view with this concept of the economic industrial complex of health. And this is ongoing in the Brazilian policy. So to answer your question, I would say that despite the difficulty that was mentioned, in the point of view of the companies, they want to run less risk to be able to get more return on their investment. This is their nature in Brazil and all over the world. But I really believe in the possibility of us growing with this partnership program that involves technology transfer and makes it possible to open to a huge market, which is the market of our own public health system. This would be a huge economy, a huge savings for Brazil. It's a win-win situation. Everybody will gain. This is something that is very concrete in Brazil. I just want to comment. I like what Eric said about the startups. Even major companies today, they don't want to run risk. I'll talk about the antibiotics. This is one of the hugest markets in the world. So I thought if you discover active molecule with a high grade of efficiency, that this would interest some industry. The patent was already there, everything was done. And the answer was interesting. None of the major pharma companies was interested. Why? Because the antibiotic market, because there are very few drugs, they say, if I have a new one, I can't put it on the shelf. I'll have to use it as a resource, as a last resource. So very little use. So the return rate is very small. So what have they told us? They said, well, you have to look for a startup. So it's interesting what you mentioned about the startups, because if you have one, you have the help of the government, you have the help of the European community, and you have money to reach to clinical phases 1 and 2. When you reach that phase, you have to go to the clinical phase with a healthy patient, then phase 2, then you have to find 1 million people to invest in your project. Before that, nobody is interested. So that's about risk. But the startup would be a good way out. In Switzerland, Switzerland, Germany, everybody in Europe is encouraging people to open startups to gather money and have the investment to do those studies.
No, I can add that this is a movement that I saw already when I was a medical student. So you create parks, industrial parks for startups. So you give them the labs, you give them the equipment so they don't have to build up the infrastructure, which is expensive. So when they start to earn money, then they pay back. And then they move out from this industrial park and create their own offices. So then come new startups again. So it's a virtuous circle if you manage it well. And there, I think one could add, so the antibiotics is a good example of the greed and the high return that pharma industry expects. You could turn around the thing and say, why don't we use natural products, herbal extracts, and so on, as a source to replace traditional Western medicine? Then that could be a challenge to big pharma. I don't want to sound revolutionary here, but that's sort of the way you can think differently on the biomedicine field. I think you should challenge big pharma.
Olá, bom dia. Eu sou Ana Luísa.
Good morning. My name is Ana Luisa, and I work in the Ministry of the Environment, in the Genetic Heritage Department. So I'm in the regulatory area. But what caught my attention is that Professor Emerson said that he doesn't believe in the production of drugs through strativism. And as I saw, the regulatory framework is also thought thinking about the cultivation due to a paradigm of cultivation of plants. And then when Theodore spoke, he talked about the importance of considering where those functional molecules that are used in drugs, what is the ecosystemic function they have? How do they behave in those environments? And then establish this dialogue. So I was wondering about products that come from our biodiversity. For some activities other than drugs, we have a production based on strativism, and this is very good quality in terms of food, cosmetic. We have many compounds that come from the Brazilian biodiversity from strativism. So there's this paradigm as how traditional communities and indigenous people, how they deal with those environments. And lately, these have been seen as environments that suffer this domestication process. They have a high level of knowledge. They know a lot about those species. So I wonder, up to what extent should we be sure that it's not possible to come from strativism, or this is a lack of knowledge of our ancestral knowledge? Can't we think about other paradigms and then proceed, establishing a dialogue of different knowledges to find the way how these processes are being known in a more respectful way?
Respondendo de uma forma técnica, no caso da estandarização
In the case of the standardization of a stratum, you have always the same chemical composition. You can't do strativism. You have to plant it because you have species that have a lot, species who have that have nothing. So at the end, you never have the same chemical pattern. The Anvisa, FDA, and others want a standardization of the stratum. So you must have a chemical marker and a chemical profile, like a chemical photograph of the stratum. And this standardization is very accurate. And it's like a puzzle for the industry because they have to plant. If they collect, there's no way. In the case of foodstuffs and cosmetics, it's another thing altogether. So it's not so rigorous, the fact that you are doing it. But when you are treating a disease, if you change the stratum, you don't have the same results. That explains why the same stratum sometimes has affinity, sometimes doesn't have. They say the stratum of this plant has and the other doesn't. So there is a discussion amongst the researchers, but we must see how the standardization has been done. If you don't know chemically what you are testing, you can't go to the marketplace. That's the problem. I don't know if I have answered your question. Hello, Emerson. You have to know the chemical composition of the plant very well for standardizing to characterize the active substances. But you have phytotherapics that you can't say that this is a substance. So there are three kinds of stratum: quantified, standardized, and others. Because only the standardized you can correlate with the active principle. The quantified, you have a chemical marker for quality control to have a good profile, but it's not the active principle. Either it is relevant with the activity, but it's not the active principle that would respond to the phytotherapeutic stratum. And there are others where there is no correlation. You have an analytic marker only. So many strata are registered in these categories that is not standardized, or others that were standardized are changing status. And this is accepted both in Europe and Brazil. We try to find this harmonization with the European legislation. So there are phytotherapics from the sustainable management. I'm sorry, to be honest, it's been 15 years since I went to Europe. So I'm basing what I said in EMEA. So I know that there is a standardized, but this has changed. It is very rigorous to have a standardized stratum because you have to characterize its activity related to the active principle. So if both EMEA and Brazil admit other kinds of strata, even the records in Brazil are being changed so that you can approach other modalities of strata. And that's our bet, our major bet. We are going to recover our biodiversity. We are going to conserve it and use the sustainable management to show the importance of this conserved biodiversity to produce not only cosmetics and foodstuffs, but also drugs. I'd like to add, Maria, because Emerson has been in Europe for 15 years, and I've been here for a long time following this process. So this question involves a semantic issue, I would say. That is an issue of definition per se, which has to do with a regulatory framework that you have to think about biodiversity drugs. It's not the same thing as herbal medicine or phytotherapics. It's not the same thing. Even the development, the technological development from medicinal plants, they have different pathways. If you're dealing to obtain a drug, a structure in the pharmacological active substance, that has to be standardized. There's no other way. The other discussion, and it's interesting to debate that, the other discussion is the ecological focus. It's the role of the ecosystem in the formation of the metabolites. The ecosystem and the formation of the metabolites is what are you doing? Is it the production of a new drug? It's not the same discussion that permeates our legislation that talk about phytotherapics. Phytotherapics is a category that was created in the 90s and was called herbal medicine internationally. This is an important part, but a very small part of the potential of development that we have. That's what I wanted to say in my presentation. We have to wake up to the present. We have to understand that we must think about a policy that formulates a new structure to support the development and the innovation of drugs in the biodiversity. We were talking about the past. We have to think about the future. This is not an answer to what we have today. What Anna has talked about is a different discussion altogether. There are cases in the traditional knowledge. It's a very wide, a very broad discussion. I don't know if I'm going to clarify or if I'm going to darken the waters. But there is the right of the people who own the traditional knowledge to produce their own drugs and have them in their communities. I don't think that is a regulatory agency that has to do that, because this is part of the culture of these peoples. And within their culture, they have the right to use what they know if they want to. If they want to commercialize, to market it, then you have the barrier of regulation. So this confusion, so to speak, it's still there. It's not only the issue of extractivism. You can have a controlled extractivism, and you don't have it in Brazil. We don't have it, and we need it. In general, you say, we have the extractivist communities. That is pretty cool, but we must follow methodology to see if they are not destroying everything. You have acai in the Amazon, but you just use it, and it's going to end. So I'm trying to answer both questions. On the one hand, you involve the issue of the traditional knowledge and the rights of these traditional peoples who own the traditional knowledge, or they say they are. The de facto owners, the traditional peoples. This is one thing. The second thing, as of 2005 in Brazil, we have created a regulatory framework that is still ongoing, was based on this policy that says it's a policy of plants and herbal medicine. So it's not a policy, although it is written like innovation, it's not a policy where you are dealing with prospecting new molecules, new substances. Even if you have as a starting point the traditional knowledge or other issues that could be explored, like what Eric said, you can study the animal behavior. I thought it was fantastic. I don't know if I can ask you a question, Eric, but you observed the behavior of animals. Some animals have resistance to some diseases. And it's very interesting to know about that. So this universe is huge. And it's important for us to try to tap in all those aspects in our debates. But the issue of the development and the regulatory framework in Brazil, if you want to innovate in biodiversity drugs, we must build a new regulatory framework. Start from scratch, like you say in English. We have to rethink how it works, because what we have now cannot take care of what we need, because it limits the traditional knowledges and it doesn't allow for new developments. The US is independent of the European regulation. They say this is the US, it's something totally different from Europe. So the FDA, in a certain way, protects, not only takes care of the population's health, but they also protect the interest of their development. Because here we are copying a framework, a legal framework from Europe, mainly used for herbal medicines, that doesn't approach the production of drugs. I hope this is clear for those of you who asked the question. I am a professor and I give classes, and I start my classes saying, you have this thing and this is another thing. And some people mix it up. Let's start separating both.
One of the important aspects of being able to see both sides of the coin, so both the ecological perspective and the human benefits, is to somehow try to get away from the single compound approach, meaning that we shouldn't repeat the same mistakes as we did with food production. We identify a certain species, we identify a certain genetic background that produces a certain bioactive compound, and then we establish monocultures, for example. So we wipe away biodiversity to establish monocultures in order to produce the desirable outcome. I think one of the reasons to look at the ecological functions is that maybe there are synergistic functions in the molecules as well. And I think one of the advantages of herbal medicine, for example, is that they really exploit these synergistic approaches. Of course, speaking from a phytochemistry perspective, or when you try to do clinical trials, I know that this is challenging to identify the profile that it's really viable. But it's equally challenging to identify the ecological conditions that we need to mimic. The purpose, for example, of establishing agroecological systems for food production is to be able not only to mimic, but to protect the ecological processes out there instead of establishing monoculture. So I think we need to change the paradigm there also in the production of bioactive compounds, mimic all the ecological functions out there in order to protect nature, and then we can follow up with probably establishing new ways of standardizing profiles or new ways. I don't know, it's not my field there. I know it's a big challenge, but after all, research is a challenge. And coming back to what we were discussing about the industry, I think one main distinction between academia and industry is that in academia, we have the freedom to take the risks. At least the funders would want something like that. They would fund us to take risks, risky approaches, while the industry probably wouldn't do that. So maybe one can borrow from the other as principles. So this, yeah.
Obrigado por sua explicação.
Thank you for your explanation.
É de fato uma discussão muito complexa.
It's really a very complex discussion. I just want to add one point. If you consider that you need to have a methodology to plant those plants, here in Brazil, it comes to the organic production. If you are organic, it doesn't mean you are ecologically correct. It doesn't mean that you are regenerating the ecosystem. It is inside this ecosystem, and at the same time, it's regenerating it. That's what I said. This is a revolution of paradigm. If you want to evolve, we have to put an effort as a country to understand that we can do it. It's nothing going back to the cage ages, nothing to do with a hippie idea. You know, it's something that is in favor of life, in favor of science, and in favor of development. I love this debate. We could be here for the rest of the day because I think that's what we need to clarify. And that's the objective of this seminar, to bring up this discussion so that we can think about a policy that may give the startup for these ideas.
So I agree with what you say, what you, Glauco, said, and what you, Spiros, said. And coming back to the pharma industry, and basically, I think the big pharma industry has created a mindset. So we have a big pharma ideology in our heads. So I guess most of you are scientists who are here. And then what is the principle of science? Is that disprove the previous theory, disprove the thesis of your ancestors. So show that it's false. So destroy it. Destroy the ideology of big pharma in the sense that provide an alternative, something new. That would be my I don't know. Would you like to react on that?
The point is, a questão é,
Well, there are big pharmacies, and they invest in herbal medicine. In Ingenheim, they bought Pharmaton. Many other companies were bought by the major groups. Small family companies in Germany were bought by those huge companies because these plant medicine work. I've worked with that. So when I talked about standardization, this was a problem we had. I'll give you an example. We had an interesting project that was working for animals, and then we have to redo a test, and then we're going to test, and there was no activity. So it was on and off. And when you have to do a clinical trial, you have to be very sure about what you have, because if you have the wrong stratum that didn't work, you have a negative result. It is very costly for the company. So we did different batches. Pedro Melina, who worked in Campinas, he was the one who collected a huge amount of plants to select the ones that worked. The demand for the product was so high that we were not able to go to the forest and get 200 liters of essential oil per month. It was impossible. So the industry, from the industry point of view, it's very difficult to put a product in the market and keep the quality. You may have some flexibility, and I understand that. But what Glauco said, it's important. Anvisa, that's my opinion. Anvisa has to be on favor of the national industry. taking into account the health and a good final product. But we have to be flexible to the Brazilian industry. But this level of flexibility has to be within a scientific standard, of course. So quality results. When I talk about standardization, I didn't know this new one. I think we can be flexible in some points, like the Iberogas, the product from Germany. There are 7 different plants, so it's very difficult to standardize. Even in Europe, they were flexible vis-à-vis that product. But at the end of the day, there are products that work, they are good for people, and should follow a standard of quality. So standardization, there are many chemists here in the audience. You study a plant for 1 year, sometimes the same plant you collect, the profile changes. One plant, there are certain months we could not collect because the level of the oils was very low, and these compounds were related to the activity. When we don't know which one is the active compound, you have to standardize in a broader way. But at the end of the day, we want a product that works. So please don't look at me as a very rigid scientist. I just have to follow the law. And there are people who are going to take that drug. And the legislation was created for that, to guarantee that we have a good product. We have to favor the Brazilian industry. I agree 100% with that. Our friend Spiros mentioned something interesting, perhaps the plant in its own habitat is pressured to produce active compounds. Perhaps we can stabilize a certain level of actives, complex compounds. This makes sense because the industries today are faced by the use of pesticides and fungicides, like ginseng. 7 years, the root should stay, until the plant reaches the adult life. The Chinese use DDT. When you analyze the stratum, you see the insecticide and fungicide residues. So, of course, you have to try and produce the plant in a more natural environment where it is forced to produce its metabolites, which is not easy. That's not my area. Perhaps you could comment on that. Is it feasible in an industrial scale when you have to produce lots of kilos of a certain plant to achieve a stratum?
Just one comment on what you say. It's again, what you see in small scale, laboratory scale, or in a small population. When you have to go industrial, that's a scaling up problem. How do you deal with environmental problems? How do you deal with reproducibility and standardization, and that everyone gets the same kind of extract or drug?
On that, I was very happy recently to see a big study in, I think it was either in Nature or Science. It was the first time that we had actually results from agroforestry farms, so ecological perspectives in food production. This approach is quite new compared to the traditional approaches that we used to, but it was the first time that people evaluated that, and they actually found that the majority of the cases of the indices that they evaluated, agroforestry was far more superior compared to monocultures and the old-fashioned way. I think it came out a couple of months ago. It was very interesting to see that our first results now show actually that we can actually compete with the traditional way of doing agricultural production, both in terms of substances and quality, but also in terms of biomass. And I think it was a very, very good example that starting now, because we have many new farms being established that mimic ecological processes, I think in the years to come, we should be able to address all these concerns and questions. And of course, it's a process that it keeps being optimized. As the monocultures, for example, they were optimized through the years through the use of pesticides or fertilizers, for example. It's a new approach that we need to give it some time in order to really harvest all the potential out there. I know there is a lot of hesitation. It's always like that when we start something new in human history. But I think there is a lot of potential, and the first results, at least the first evidence, shows clearly that we can really abandon old habits, bad habits, and enter a new era of being closer to the natural environment.
It's wonderful to hear your agroforestry reference. So what I would like to add to that is that agroforestry is a practice of agriculture which is very friendly to smallholder agriculture. And coming from Misiones, which is a province very close to Brazil, it's a small province and all the agriculture is made by smallholders. So I think that's wonderful to hear.
This I want to ask, it's a really win-win situation if we start shifting towards more environmental friendly practices. And as I said before also, we will find the way as we managed many difficult times and many different crises that we went through in human history, we will find a way also to get the optimum out of these approaches. I'm totally confident of that. Yesterday, Glauco, in the dinner, you sounded very pessimistic about the whole environmental crisis that we're going through. Maybe I'm younger and I see things a bit different, but I truly believe that we will find a way to establish all these ideas sooner or later that will also actually be able to optimize for our own good and production as well.
Desculpe, pessoal, mas eu estou muito satisfeito.
I'm sorry. I'm very happy that you are here, Spiros, in this debate, because we see that these new ideas are being thought about in other places in the world by other researchers in other centers, in other institutes. It's not only utopia that we've been following for years. I think that this discussion has to do with the change of paradigms that come from philosophy. Science is there to challenge the hegemony of certain paradigms. But while you challenge, you only get beaten and beaten and beaten. But I think that the paradox here is in our favor. Because we are seeing this climate change, which is a threat, and if we don't speed up, there won't be life in the planet. So it's high time we began doing something right now. Go outside and see how hot it is.
History is that there is a specialist called Patrick Worms. He's working on East Africa. And he showed that the return per hectare in terms of production is far, far higher in agroforestry than in traditional open landscape industrial agriculture. So it's several times the return.
Maria tem uma questão.
Não, era só complementar.
Yes, I just want to add that I'm optimist. I think we have a new generation and this change of paradigm will occur. This seminar is very important for this discussion. It's an urgent discussion. We have good experiences in agroecology. We are even exporting models to Africa. I've talked to people in the rural movement, and they are transferring knowledge to other countries, to other countries. I grabbed the microphone because in our times, we thought about standardization, and we associated it to the activity. But today, the concept of standardization is the process of production of the whole chain so that it can be reproducible. The concept of being standardized, the active principle has to have the same activity of the total stratum. But we are talking about processes so that it can be reproducible. Yes, we are talking about the same thing. Yes. All right. Thank you. Any other questions? Two more questions. Good afternoon. My name is Nicole. I'm a student at Fiocruz. It's from Dr. Glaucio. I've heard you talk about policies that we have to change. And I believe that environmental education is a way of taking this discussion from the academia to the society as a whole, and then be able to create new public policies, understanding the problems from within, so that we can all work together. You said in your presentation, you said about a new criteria for intellectual property, and I was curious. Can you explain better about intellectual property?
Obrigado pela pergunta.
Thank you for your question.
Bem formulada e bem complicada, como o
It's
próprio
a
fazer
complicated
política pública, né?
question.
Como é que você faz uma política pública?
Well,
Você tem
how
uma
come you
história,
do a public policy?
forma
You have a history,
uma demanda, ela forma
and this creates a demand.
resolvido.
There's a problem to be
O
solved,
problema vai ser
and this problem
resolvido,
has to be solved by an action from the government.
usando em outras palavras,
So in other words,
princípios. Isso é uma política pública.
this is a public
Uma
policy.
política pública não é uma
It's
discussão
not
política geral.
a discussion of general politics.
A política geral é quem
The general
domina o
politics
mundo
is
dentro do
those who
modelo
are in charge
do mundo. Isso
of
é
the
uma
world,
política geral.
and they pollute the world.
Ver o que a gente
Public
pode
policy
fazer aqui
is different. It's
na
what
área
can
da
we do
inovação,
in terms of innovation vis-à-vis biodiversity drugs.
Quando a gente fala
When we say that
deve ter
a policy
uma base
must be based on data,
de informação, dando a
must have information based on modern technology. There was a researcher, very well known, owns one of the biobanks here in Brazil.
tempo atrás,
This lady, a long time ago,
que eu convidei para
I invited her to participate in our discussion. Then she said, I don't have time for that because I was in China. You just press a button and everything is there. And I said, but here you press a button and nothing happens. So we have to build that. And we became friends. And this is something that is going on. It's no use a company or a university own a bank of substances if you cannot translate that into an innovation. What is missing? You need some partnership with a company. You need a partnership with those who are planting. You have to define different methods. In terms of the system that we have, that should have these all organized in different layers so that we could push a button in Brazil and everything comes out.
que já tinha sido organizado,
This
sumiu.
has disappeared, you know.
Muitas bases de dados
Many
sumiram.
databases have just vanished.
Talvez a colega do MMA possa
Perhaps
falar mais.
our colleague from the ministry may talk about that. I'm not from the Ministry of Agriculture, so I can say, I know they just vanished. I'm not a candidate to anything, so I can speak my own mind. So we have to rebuild that, the database.
IBGE.
They presented this database to the Statistical Center, IBGE. I went to them and I said, I want to make a partnership
Até hoje,
with you.
depois houve revés na política.
And nothing happened. So
Mas agora, para voltar à sua
going back to your answer, to your question, we will have a session dedicated to regulation, and we will have presentations about that. Much better than what I can tell you about this new point of view of intellectual property. I can tell you that I knew the founders of the Ecological Economic School a long time ago, and one of them, the older one, has died already. But he said, your work is very important, you have to go on. I felt the weight of the responsibility on my shoulders. The other guy who founded this school, he analyzed
informação
the information
gela durante o tempo da patente.
that is frozen during the time the patent holds. You know, the knowledge is frozen there.
Teórica,
It was a theoretical discussion. So he was suggesting back then,
para minha cabeça, eu venho discutindo isso.
that's why I'm talking about it. You know, I discussed this with people who work with industrial intellectual property. We must have this system open up that allows us, everybody, to have access and to know what is there. Of course, there will come to a point where you will develop the product X.
Mas aí você teve a
But
colaboração
then
de
you
todo
were
mundo
able to
com a
have
mesma
collaboration of many other people.
Entende a diferença?
Do you see the difference? You know, this cannot be stuck in a system of intellectual property
Tem a lógica industrial.
that has the industrial logic behind it, the major pharmaceutical companies. But this doesn't work anymore. This is my opinion, I'm sorry. But we will have a session about that in this seminar
Como uma base de discussão da política de inovação.
to discuss the politics of innovation.
Isso é dele,
You know,
é uma construção. A gente está
this is something we have to build together. We are exchanging ideas. This seminar,
representante da presidência da Fiocruz.
the representative of the Fiocruz presidency has said that.
Continuar com essa.
She said she was excited to go on with those initiatives. So again, this is a process.
Mas basicamente a gente pensar
But
num ambiente de proteção intelectual que
we
não
can
impeça
consider
que
this protection
não trave
of the intellectual property, but that it doesn't hinder science or information that allows you to give your own contribution and so on.
Parece que o tempo
Our time is up. It seems that our time is up.
Dá um minutinho, então, para o encerramento, para vocês concluírem, porque
I'll give you just 1 minute to conclude. No more questions. But we are going to answer any questions that you may have sent through our network. They will be answered by the organizer. But I would like you to close this session. Just 1 minute for each one of you. I think the discussion has been very good. It's been a privilege to be here with you and meet again old friends. Thank you again for inviting me. And I'm here available If you want to talk to me, to chat with me, if you have a question, if you are in favor, or if you are against what I said, I am open to discussion. That's why we have conversations in a seminar. Thank you very much.
Will more or less repeat what Emerson said, that I'm honored to be here, and thank you, Glauco, for the invitation again. And it has been, as I said, I evaluate this as being a storytelling event, for me at least, which was personally very valuable, and I hope that has been to some help of you and some interest. So thank you again, and if you want to ask me, chat with me, please feel free. And if you disagree again, then I will be even happier to talk to you.
I believe a thank you cannot really fit my gratitude for being here, and to Glauco for inviting me. One of the most important aspects here, apart from the synergies and the different perspectives, is I think as scientists, it's a big honor. I think it's the most satisfying feeling to see our work being put in a broader perspective, in a social context, and I think this is something that we need more and more for the years to come. And a crisis that we're going through, be it economic or environmental crisis, I think it also provides opportunities, like plants produce these valuable molecules under stress. I think us can also really produce valuable ideas to move forward under this crisis that we're going through. So thank you again, and thank you all for being here and contributing to this important discussion.
I'd like to thank you all for being here. I'm very happy. I'm extremely happy to see our friends, Dr. Emerson, who is part of this utopia. As time went by, I was able to research other ideas. Unfortunately, the time didn't allow us to do that. I was going to invite someone from South Africa, but we couldn't do that. And that person would complement our discussion. But anyway, I'm quite happy with the results of our researchers. Although there was I'm joking, but although there was a trial of lobbying for big farmers, and this is a joke, the debate was very balanced. The subject is extremely important, and let's talk about it a bit more, or much more, during the seminar. I am the one who thank you.
A gente agora dá o intervalo na nossa transmissão do YouTube, anunciando a presença aqui hoje com a gente da Sandra Soares, que é assessora da VPPIS, né, da Vice de Inovação, e também do Dr. Valber Frutuoso, do Gabinete da Presidência, que nos acompanha. A gente tem esse intervalo para o almoço que vai até Boa tarde. Retomamos agora a nossa transmissão.
Good afternoon. We are resuming our translation, and we will start session 2
Medicamentos da biodiversidade na perspectiva
for
ecológica.
innovations in the ecological perspective.
Bioprospecção, conhecimento e informação
And formation of biodiversity in the afternoon. Just to talk a bit about bioprospection, we consider that a policy of innovation of drugs in biodiversity has to guarantee the expansion of the knowledge of biodiversity, creating a national program of bioprospection. This program has to be articulated in a network based on each Brazilian biome. And we have information brought by ethnoscience and also the ones that we have fostered by 4.0 technologies. We want to locate the species. We have to identify them botanically, their pharmacologic use, the definition of receptors, molecular modology, amongst others. The design of this system has to take into account the perspective of cooperation amongst institutes of science and technology, universities and companies, besides traditional communities, like stated in Law 13123 of 2015, that is the regulatory framework of biodiversity, establishing its governance, adopting the model of management in a network. We are going to talk about the status of the sharing of benefits based on genetic sequences. We are going to ask Manuela da Silva, who is the general manager of the Biobank of Fiocruz, and she represents the Brazilian Society for the Progress of Science. Welcome, Manuela. Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I'd like to thank for the invitation, the organizing committee for inviting me to participate in this event. That is a very important event, I have to add. And the timing is excellent. We are going through different situations in Brazil. We have the G20 in Rio. This year we have the conference of the Biodiversity Convention in Colombia, our neighboring country. And we have different and important opportunities. And I'm going to talk one of the hottest team of this convention, CBD. I shall start by introducing the subject to put everyone on the same page. We are talking about the Convention about Biological Diversity. This convention is structured on 3 main pillars: to conserve the biological diversity, sustainable use of the same biodiversity, and the sharing of benefits that come by using the genetic resources. CDB, based on this 3rd pillar, has established the concept of access and sharing of benefits, ABS. We use the access and benefit sharing, ABS, that defines as the genetic resources may be accessed, how they can be assessed, and how the benefits that come from its use are shared amongst the users, that could be individuals, institutions, or countries that use these same resources, and the providers, people, institutions or countries that provide these resources. So CDB is based on providers of biodiversity, of traditional knowledge, and the user country. and it divides the world like that. The global north, the global south. But this has changed a lot under the perspective of the digital sequences. And that's what I'm going to talk about here this afternoon. So we have the Nagoya Protocol based on the third pillar. This protocol is about the access of genetic resources and the sharing of the benefits that come from its use. And it's one of the main documents of this Convention of Biodiversity. It was adopted in the conference in its 10th edition, copy 10 in Nagoya in October of 2010, and it became in use 4 years afterwards in copy 20, copy 12 in South Korea, and it was the first copy I ever went to. This is the international scope, and now let's talk about the national scope. Our law 13123 from 2015. This law, the biodiversity law, reaches all the researchers, experimental or theoretical, you realized with the Brazilian genetic biodiversity and the traditional knowledges. But I'm talking about the genetic heritage that has this definition: information from genetic origin of other species of nature, even substances that come from the metabolism of these life mechanisms. So we're talking about genetic information. And we include all the researchers with biodiversity and also the use of information about genetic sequences that are published in public databases, genetic databases. What about these data? The consortium of databases of nucleotides, the Gene Bank in the US, the NCBI, ENA from Europe, and the Japanese bank, DDEJ. And this was put into use in Brazil via CGen, the electronic system. And in this form here, you have to fill in the form to say where the genetic resource came from, and you put it in silicon. And when you do that, you have to put the information contained in those banks. Now I'm going to talk about the history of the digital sequence information. This theme was firstly discussed in the realm of the discussions about synthetic biology in COP12 in South Korea. And later on, it was separated from this discussion of synthetic biology and became the main theme of this COP. So in COP13 in Cancun, it was discussed in a separate fashion. The theme was discussed yet again in COP14 in Egypt. Then we didn't have in 2020 the COP, and it was resumed in COP15 at the end of 2022 in Montreal, and now it's going to be discussed again in COP16 this year, 2024. But in this time frame, we had lots of discussions, many fora, many meetings discussing this same theme that became hotter and hotter and very controversial. But now I think it's a bit better. I have brought this slide from a recent article about the political process of DSI in the realm of CDB between 2016 and 21. So we had COP13, Then there was a commission, a study about the situation of DSI, is digital sequence information. So we established later on the TAGI in 2018 of DSI, that is a group of experts, an ad hoc group. Then we had, during the meeting of the subsidiary body of CDB, more discussion about DSI. Then we had copy 14, and we had 4 studies that were commissioned at that time. I'm going to talk about each one of those. All of them were published in 2019. One about the scope of DSI, what DSI is all about, what is its scope. The middle one was a study that was combined about the databases and its traceability. And the third one about domestic measures. Which countries have already included this DSI in their own legislation? Based on that, we had the TAG, another group of experts in 2020. And after that, in 2021, we had an online discussion because it was in the middle of the pandemic. So this working group was an open one, an online group. On the 4th conference, when we talked about DSI already in a separate way, it was the 2nd COP where DSI was being treated in a separate way. We had a debate focusing on if these genetic sequences should be treated the same way as physical matter. So they were digital sequences. They were digital sequences, DSIs, and you are going to understand why. Should we treat them, DSIs, as we treat physical matter? The 3 key elements were if the sharing of benefits in DSI should be mandatory, if the team should be treated in the Nagoya Protocol, and about the definition of DSI. And at the end of the discussions, it was approved that this team established the need for more studies. Those 4 studies that I have already mentioned. These studies then, for you to understand their scope, the first one brings the scope. What is the definition of DSI and its scope? Group 1, DNA and RNA. Group 2 would be this one, plus proteins, plus epigenetic modifications. Group 3, those 2 groups, plus metabolites and other macromolecules. We talked about metabolites this morning. And we would have a 4th group that would include and can include a traditional knowledge associated to that. So scientifically speaking, the 3 first groups are all based on the molecular structure of the macromolecules and the small molecules, the information they carry and the information associated to their acquisition. And group 4, information that are not linked to the molecular structure. But when we talk about DSI, we are really talking about those 3 pillars, the 3 first ones. So now you know what I'm talking about. So we had the 4th study about the different national legislations that have included DSI. And we have our legislation described in this study. Whereas studies 2 and 3, they bring the combination of the databases that deal with DSI plus traceability. As they had relation, the 2 themes were related, we thought they could be put together. I say we thought because I had the privilege of participating in this study together with the main authors. Amber Shaws was the leader, and she comes from the collection of cultures and microorganisms in Germany, DSMZ. She is member of the Global Genome Network Diversity that Eric mentioned this morning. I am also a member of DGPM. So Amber brought this proposal that we should propose this study. And our proposal was accepted, and we developed this study. This group, this work that we did together, stimulated the creation of this network that is the scientific network of DSI that was created in 2020 with the mission of helping the policymakers and other stakeholders to understand DSI, its applications, and its contributions to researchers that support the conservation of biodiversity and public health, and also the global benefits of the open access to the databases that contain DSI. And our members believe that only via a qualified debate we will be able to find a mechanism that will allow for research and sharing of benefits in a fair way and an equal way. We have 90 members currently from 27 countries of all the regions in the world. We are working together making advocacy for this idea in the COP reunions and in the meetings amongst different copies. I would like to invite you all to visit this internet page. Get to know the work we've been carrying out. We have several different documents that we have prepared, policy briefing, and other documents that are our basis of information. We have information that show that there's not that question of providers and users. All countries are providers and users. Brazil is just one of these countries, and it's a good example. We in the SI, we in Brazil are more users than providers. And also we have an article that was very important in its publication so that we could discuss the proposal we have at the table today, that is a multilateral mechanism. This is the article, a win-win collaboration with DSI. The members of the network published in 2022 this article in National Communications, designing a new proposal of policies that would have a just sharing benefits and an open access to promote the conservation of biodiversity. We had 41 authors from 17 countries. And what is the article all about? We want to maintain the open sources and the open access for the databases. We cannot run the risk of losing this open access to all those databases of nucleotides, of proteins, and all the other databases that contain digital information. We must have access separated from the sharing of benefits. It's impossible to have bilateral agreements, a user country and a provider country. From the simple system, because science is already complicated, so the legal frameworks cannot be complicated. We must have harmonization amongst all the other international agreements that are treating about DSI. We have a pandemic treaty that's being discussed right now and also taps on DSI. We have a treaty of maritime biology that is outside the national jurisdiction, and the word DSI is there. We have the TIFA, an agreement of agriculture, and recently We have the WIPO, which is an agreement of genetic agreement and genetic knowledge and also intellectual property that doesn't treat clearly about DSI, but the information is contained in this treaty. So there are many treaties. So we have to guarantee the green growth and sustainable development. And I'm going to explain why the bilateral agreements won't work. Based on this article that I have just mentioned, those numbers are from 2021. There is a group of DSI. We have 1.5 billion people have downloaded 34 million times a year. They are being used for more than 15 million users. So the DSI data are linked to more than 12,000 databases. So we can't have a bilateral agreement of a user country and a provider. A bilateral system would create a competitive market that would be perverse for countries where you don't have regulations for the DSI use, and it would harm the countries, developing countries such as Brazil. What about the installed capacity of DSI? This was also raised by Claudia in the audience, why we are not able to develop the country technologically speaking. High costs of the input that are necessary for molecular biology and other kinds of experiments, the terms and conditions of financing that harm the transfer of technology, the brain drain. Our young researchers do not stay in Brazil. There is a brain drain. The infrastructure in DSI is not sufficient. We don't have sequencing centers that are as developed as in the developed countries. We don't have structure for TI. We don't have internet or IT, I'm sorry. So this also harms us, and we are not able to produce DSI and use it at the same speed. We can produce a lot of sequences, but we are not going to use them in the same speed that the developed countries do. So part of these resources of resource sharing of benefits should be for capacity building and capacity development for our personnel. So based on that scheme that I have shown, I made another one from 2022 to 24. We had COP 14, and between COP 14 and 15, we had several meetings. We had one in Geneva of the working group. It was the first meeting, physical one. It was the first time I left Brazil after the pandemic. After this meeting in Geneva, we decided to have an formal advisory group, an informal one that was virtual. I had the chance to be selected to participate in this group. We worked in this matrix where we evaluated to maintain it as it is or to treat DSI as a physical genetic resource, to have the agreement of sharing of the country or a global one, to pay to access DSI in the database. That would be absurd, in my opinion. And fortunately, you will see that most people are against one of those points. To pay for the services that result from the use of DSI, volunteer contributions that would be welcome, or to pay for the product developed based on DSI that is within the Brazilian legislation. That's what is stated in the Brazilian law, and also to increase the technological and scientific collaboration amongst the countries, capacity building. Not sharing the benefits for the SI was not accepted. And the African proposal that's being presented on and on, that is to pay for the retailing, the use of retailing of DSI in the percentage of 1%. They based themselves in our legislation, the Brazilian one, because we pay 1% when we share the benefits vis-a-vis our genetic resources. So this is the resulting matrix. So we would take that to COP15 and resume the discussion. On COP15, after many years, we arrived at many good decisions. DSI, the access to public databases is still open. We had this successful result. The benefits of the use of the DSI should be shared in a fair way so that we can build capacity in the developing countries. A multilateral mechanism to have a sharing of DSI, including a global fund. In many discussions, our article, the one I have shown you, that would propose a multilateral mechanism, was a reference. And the countries that participated that decided to try and develop this multilateral mechanism in an inclusive process with an open working group. We had in Geneva in November of last year, and recently in August in Montreal, we had another working meeting. It was during the summer. It was different from COP15 that was during the winter time, and there was lots of snow. We had a YAGI, a consulting group. I was chosen to participate in this group again. I was the representative from Earth Genomic Project, and also commissioned studies that are being developed. Those are the 3 studies on the right. First one is about the multilateral mechanism, the criteria defined in COP15, a solution to a sharing of benefits that is fair and balanced. It has to be viable, practical, generate benefits to be efficacious, legally clear, not hinder research and innovation, not incompatible with the legislation, has to support other instruments of ABS, and the local communities and the indigenous people should be included. The monetary and non-monetary benefits that come from the SI should be used to support conservation and the sustainable usage of biodiversity and benefit the local communities and the indigenous peoples. So the multilateral mechanism should be based on that. Again, we worked with these matrices. The second study, options, how to implement and study costs. We want to generate revenue in different points of the value chain and the costs vis-a-vis the potential of revenue. If a system costs more than the sharing of benefit, makes no sense at all. And the Executive Secretariat of CDB is compiling the lessons learned via other mechanisms like TIFA for financing, the landmark of preparation of WHO, and the program of small monies for that called JEF. So we had the virtual IAG again. One of the results, for instance, was are we going to have a specific treatment, the list of plants that are going to be treated in a different way from the others of the mechanism? Are we going to have a separate database? Are we going to have a label for DSI in the database consortium? How are we going to do with the national rules? The different governments, the different countries that already have this legislation, are they going to be able to participate or not in the multilateral mechanism? And another issue also, are we going to include genetic resources in the multilateral mechanism? Today, it's a bilateral agreement. Are we going to come to a moment when genetic resources are going to be included? If you want more information, there is this page on CDB about DSI, genetic sequences, and the work of the IAG of the first semester of this year. You have all the presentations and discussions we had there. Then after that, in August, last August, we had a working group in Montreal. In this city, we advanced a lot as the multilateral mechanism to share benefits of DSI. The result was a minute of recommendations to be considered by COP16, and the debates allowed us to reduce the options so that we can be more operational in the global fund. Summarizing it, I brought some issues that affect us in academia. The establishment of a database for DSI in the realm of CDB. Most countries don't agree with that. It makes no sense to have a specific database because we already have a system that works very well. It would be absurd to take the resources from the sharing of benefits for conservation to develop a database. So, for you to understand, the document is full of brackets, meaning there is no agreement. This is one of the issues where we didn't arrive at an agreement. All the non-commercial users pay for sharing the non-monetary benefits. Databases and academic institutions don't contribute with money. Us researchers, we use those sequences for our researches. And we have to have non-monetary sharing. How? By divulging our results, by training people also, and we have to transform that. We will have to develop indicators for that. And this is being discussed to be presented at COP16. In all the other possibilities of non-monetary sharing of benefits. In the Nagoya Protocol, we have a list of non-monetary sharing of benefits. That is very similar to the Brazilian legislation. We at DSI Network got together in a group to discuss the other non-monetary sharing of benefits that we can present as researchers. Capacity building, training, publication of articles, reports, and so on and so forth. The databases that are public were also discussed. We discussed the need of these databases to inform the users that there is a multilateral mechanism to share benefits, and the need also to be within the national and international legislations. Those of us who use GenBank, up to a certain time, it was not mandatory to have the geographic place where the source came from. The researcher didn't have to inform the geographic origin or source of the sequence. Now it is mandatory. This is the GenBank of nucleotides. Also, we demand that there is same demands vis-a-vis the information of the traditional knowledge associated to that genetic resources where the DSI came from. So those are improvements that are very important about the responsibility of the databases. It is between brackets, but there is more chances of it is being negotiated and come to an agreement. Another point I brought is the financing to support the development of technology transfer and capacity building to generate, to use, analyze, and storage DSI. Once again, the importance of sharing monetary and non-monetary benefits so that we can allow this to happen, so that our countries, developing countries, can generate DSI in great amounts, and so we can use DSI so that we can develop our own products, and we are not in the hands of the developed countries. Now we are going to have in Colombia COP16, and that's where I end my talk. Thank you for your attention.
Obrigada, Manuela.
Thank you, Manuela. After the session, we will open for Q&A.
Nessa nossa próxima
The next presentation,
sessão, o papel do conhecimento
we'll
tradicional
talk about the role of traditional knowledge and bioprospection. Cristiane Julião will participate via video.
Ela é a representante indígena pelo
She's the indigenous representative,
genético, bem como no comitê de
and also she sits in the management council for the sectorial camera for the guardians of biodiversity. She sent us a video participation because she was not able to be here. So thank you, Cristiane, for that. Hello, I'm Cristiane Julião from the Pacararu people. I am the coordinator of the Guardians of Biodiversity. This is a collective group, and I also represent the indigenous people in the National Council of Policies. I want to I apologize for not being present in person. I thank you for your patience, and I apologize for not being here. And this is an important moment when we are sharing knowledges and science. And we meet in this seminar to discuss the perspective of the original peoples. I was invited to talk about bioprospection and how can we aggregate in everything in terms of bioprospection while we are investigating the elements of nature. What we are investigating these smaller elements that may become profitable. We already know this information. When a spiritual entity tell us about some medicine, they tell us what it is, the amount, the dosage, the use, for how long, how often should you use it. So all this information is given to us. It's not exactly a membrane or a molecule or a fiber is the active ingredient of this knowledge, traditional knowledge. It's the whole plant, the whole microorganism, the whole microbe or life in general. It's not fragmented. So this information about what will exactly provide the effect for that situation is very peculiar to our people because it will depend on the use. One treatment is individualized. Although it may be a pandemic like in COVID, we have gone through some evaluation as to notice what would be less harmful to any element of nature. Because it is individualized and customized, there are some elements in nature, there are ways of use those plants that may cause some type of allergy, irritation for those who are handling it and for those who are receiving. That's why it is customized. We think about the cure of the individual. If the leaf is dry, if it is dehydrated, how do we do this? Do we use the moon? Which phase of the moon? There are all those elements together to this experience. That's what will provide its efficacy. So everything together will tell us about the efficacy of that plant, of that preparation. What we can add about that is a way of disseminating information in such a way that anyone can use it. Those nuances, those peculiarities that come from the plants, we have to be very careful so that we don't cause an even greater harm and not to harm those who are handling the plant and preparing the medicine, because there is a whole context to do that. You have to be ready to do it. You just don't go there. You don't collect the plant at hazard. You know, there are a whole set of rules that have to be followed to do this. It's like if we leave our territory from where I'm speaking and we go to a lab, it's not very much different, you know. You have to be ready to do that preparation. You have to use the APIs. You have to be, there has to be hygiene procedures. So the process is the same we follow when we enter a lab. When you enter a forest, you have to ask permission to the owners. You have to ask permission to collect that plant and collect the right amount, not more than what you need. If it is from a bath or prepare a tea or any ointment or anything, you have to extract the exact amount you will use, no more, no less. And you leave the rest there in the nature. If you need more, you go back and you catch it. These are the points we have to be careful about when we prepare a drug, a medicine to cure that person, that individual. If it's more than one individual, okay, you can collect them. But the preparation has to be done individually, person by person, because it's not the same for everybody. And the mixture that you have is considering that any person who takes that medicine will not have an allergic reaction. We have plants for curing cold, besides this type of syrup, you have some baths, some rubbing, when you rub the plant over your body, and that's how we treat our people. Traditional science.
Agradecemos que ela acabou não conseguindo terminar o
We was not able to finish the video, but we thank Cristiane Pacararu for your participation.
Dando continuidade, a
Now,
gente tem a
we go to the presentation of the strategic role of a national program of bioprospection. We'll have Leandro Bortoloso Pedron, who is the director of thematic programs from the Ministry of Science, Technology, and Innovation. Thank you for your presence, Leandro.
Boa tarde a todas as pessoas. Espero que estejam todos bem.
Good afternoon. I will start by thanking Mayara for the invitation to talk about bioprospection. I want to acknowledge Manuela, Claudia, and Cristiane. I am sure this panel will be very good. When I was invited to talk about this strategic role of a bioprospection national program, I was wondering, what is the Ministry of Science and Technology? What is the Secretary for Strategic Programs and Policies? What is the theme program department? What am I doing here as a public servant? It's a lot of acronyms, and I like to present it. My presentation will try to understand that in my department, we are connected to bioprospection. The National System of Science and Technology is also connected to that. And I have a case that I think is a good explanation to this situation. So I have 30 minutes, correct? I will try and follow my allotted time. Okay, the structure of the federal government is similar. The ministries have their own secretariats, a secretary of policies and programs. That's where I work. Our secretary, the main role is this legislation. We have to articulate policies related to science and technology. So we are very close to the academia. Our secretary has two departments, thematic programs, the one I had, and the other one is about climate and sustainability that will discuss biodiversity. So it's a very close relationship. Bioeconomy is in my department, so everything is connected. I take care of bioeconomy, human social areas, the Antarctic program, Brazilian program, and all related to biotechnology and health, related to agriculture. What is behind the action of our ministry in this secretariat, in the National System of Science and Technology? Well, we have a national policy that will establish guidelines. Then we have a national strategy for science and technology that will limit the strategic areas that are aligned to this policy. And then we have sectorial plans for science and technology. We have specific actions to treat the strategic areas that are defined in the broader policy. So this will go through policy, strategy, and sectorial plans. How does it all start? Why are we doing this? We just came from the 5th National Conference on Science and Technology. The last one happened in 2010. So 14 years have passed by. And before this conference, we had regional conferences So for the first time, we discussed science and technology in all the different states in Brazil. Then we came to the national conference. After the discussion of the specific areas that were discussed, we started elaborating the new national strategy for science and technology. That's what we are doing right now, based on the insights and discussions that came from the 5th conference, national conference. This is where we fit in the national system of science and technology. As I said, we have the Ministry of Science and Technology. Then we have other agencies that also deal with science and technology. Ministry of Health has a secretariat for that. We have the Ministry of Industry and Commerce that interacts with us. We have society participation, the Brazilian Academy of Science, the Brazilian Society for the Progress of Science, etc. We have financing agencies, the NPQ, FINEP, are under the umbrella of our ministry. That's where they make the decision. And we have the operators. We do not do research. But the operators are the universities, the institutes of science, other industries and companies, and this is the general idea. I don't know if it was clear. Where we are, what we do, and where we are going. Where does the money come from? Well, the research goes through different stages. 85% of research in science and technology in Brazil comes from the National Fund for the Technological Development. There are some companies that participate, but most of the money comes from this fund from the ministry. This is the graph where we see the amount of money given last year, this year, and the forecast for next year. This is a lot of money because we had a government that was committed to make sure of how much we are going to apply so we can know that next year the fund would have this amount. The fund is divided in reimbursable and non-reimbursable fund. 50% goes to a low interest rate, that's for innovation, and 50% is not reimbursable. This is what financed research. Last year alone, almost 5 billion were non-reimbursable. This is more than in the 4 years before. 5 million last year, so in 1 year we invested more than in the 4 previous years. Next year, we will have 10.3 billion. It has to be approved for next year, but that's the forecast, 10.3 million to be reimbursed and another 10.3 non-reimbursable for research. It's very bureaucratic, but we'll have the money to finance research. Well, what does it have to do with this seminar on bioprospection? I was talking to Claudia, and she was able to access some of these projects in science and technology policy. If we look at the countries that have a high GDP, they invest in science and technology according to the state's interest. That's what the US and Europe does. It's no different from Brazil. We have the opportunity to invest, and we have to be in agreement with the interest of the state. That's what was discussed in the 5th National Conference. An example is the use of the resources of the fund together with other public policies of the government. In the new industry, through more innovation. We have this complex of health. So our ministry is aligned with other ministries that allow a state development because human resources is basic for that. So if you invest on that, we, as a ministry or as a state, we can act on basic schooling so that we can scale up this and ends up at the SUS, the National Health System. That is what the government gives back to the population. So based on this new industry, we launched a bidding for 2.18 billion last year. In the health area, 2 billion reimbursable for health and companies. They have lower interest rate, and this has to involve research, and the other 250 million is for health and ICTs, Institutes of Science and Technology. Here, the target public of these institutes of science and technology, all the proposals together are 1.3 billion reais. It means that this is not enough. The demand for this bid is very small for everything we have demanded. So we have to do more and more. This is not public yet. It's still at the selection phase. If I'm not mistaken, the result will come out next week through FINEP. And this is what it involved in IFAS, which is the possibility of using public resources for bioprospection. This is what connects us. Where does the money come from? How is it used? And when does it reach the researchers? That is us. Well, I won't be repeating what everybody knows about the importance of bioprospection. Brazil has a mega biodiversity. We have 5 different biomas. We have a huge capacity that put us ahead of other countries with the same capacity. And now I will connect biodiversity and my department. Yesterday, we had the last presidential meeting here in Rio for the bioeconomy initiative for the G20. Yesterday, we read the principles, and we will see how does it connect to what we are talking about. When we talk about a developing country and the capacity of have a circular economy, bioeconomy has a paradigm that will make this possible. We will open new economic activities with science and technology, with metrics, and we have 2 different areas here in bioeconomy. One, we can access our biodiversity and make it a circular economic system that can add value to the country. That's how we suggest to the other 19 biggest economy, which represent 80% of the world economy, as well as 80% of greenhouse effect gases. Based on that, 10 principles were approved. The use of these resources on biodiversity, following principles that will guarantee access, benefit sharing, social demand, society participation. So this is all connected, and this was a major advancement in Brazil to approve this in an unanimous way among the other 20 countries. Well, this all exists. I won't dwell on this anymore. you know how important it is. You must have access to the CBR. This is responsibility to maintain this platform in our ministry, and it's also going to the Global Biodiversity Information Facility. All our biodiversity information are here. It's an open access for all users. This data, I think you all know, 70% of all drugs are from small molecules, come from natural molecules. So 70% of any drugs come from natural molecules. This is, again, an affirmation of the importance of bioprospection together with the ecological perspective, always concerned about sustainability. Then we come to a point when I'll give you an example of how can we do bioprospection and take the next step. Why do we do it? Because we have to understand our biodiversity, the resources we have, and the capacity of having solutions for problems we have in the society. Our problem is not only related to the health area. We have to overcome we have to go beyond research. Is it going to be a new technology, a product, a new process? How will it be? This goes through all the activities, especially the health area, in the perspective of bioprospection. One of the units of our ministry is CNPEN. I don't know if you know it. Well, most of you know. The CNPEN is a social organization related to the ministry through a management contract. It's an open installation. All researchers can access it. And it's fourth generation new synchrotron. This is an electron accelerator with different beams of light. The fourth generation is the only one. It's open and it uses public resources. CNPEN, we have a series. This one here, we have one for biotechnology, for bioscience, and nanoparticles, and a school. It's all part of this complex, the CNPEN. A research that is done together with bioscience and biotechnology. These are the labs that use the synchrotron system within the CNPEN. They were able to develop a technology that can speed up the development of biodiversity molecules. This is very important to mention. Here, around this area, we are building the first laboratory on maximum contention, biological risk, stage 4 in South America. They have one in Mexico. So it's the first one in the world that will be connected to this nanosynchrotron. I'm not a physicist, but they will make it happen. This is a 2 billion reais investment, and it's supposed to be ready in 2026. It's a huge research installation with 2 synchrotron light able to analyze molecularly any level 4 pathogen. This will be an open lab. The academic society or community will have access to it. In terms of bioprospection, we have a huge structure. They have a chemical collection of 200,000 compounds. 7,000 are from biodiversity. So we have bioprospection, and they have this all storage. They have access to it, and it's 100% automated. It's all recorded in their database. And the main advantage is this model that we can mirror. They developed a method to do the drug discovery based on that 7,000 molecules that is able to find new molecules with therapeutic results. Today, when it means CNP, it means that these are not yet molecules. They are still being recorded in terms of intellectual property. We have 2 in phase 3 and 1 in phase 4. So we can scale up and go to preclinical and clinical tests. We were able to do bioprospection. The automated system they have allow us to analyze 10,000 molecules every day in the screen. The return is 100 molecules, bioactive molecules. So in one day, they are able to record the bioactivity of the molecule. After that, optimization took 3 months for each molecule for you to achieve its structure. With our laboratory, with the synchrotron light, they are able to reduce it very quickly. So in up to 48 hours, we can have the molecule determine images, 3D images, and everything else. And then you go on to the other steps. This is for biodiversity. And then we can discover new bioactive molecules for cancer, for diabetes, infectious disease, cardiovascular diseases, pain, and inflammation. Well, we talk about public money that was generated in a process that allow us to understand the bioactive molecules, their characteristics, and what comes next. I think this is the major idea that we are able to do in CNPen. This first synchrotron light was in 1992, so it's been 30 years that we reached this experimental model, so Brazil can research biodiversity, extract the molecules, and end up developing a product. Is this the final solution? No, not at all. This network is already established. We act in this. Together with the local communities, we saw Cristiane talking about traditional knowledge. We have to recognize this and share benefits. And now we have some challenges. CNPen costs to the ministry. Almost 1 billion a year, plus other structures we are building. It's a lot of money. It's a national research center. It's very costly. For us to have a program of bioprospection, we need other sectors. We need to have a network. And financial models that we have in general are public hearings. Technological demands are very small. And as a result, we don't have a specific result. If all my ideas go by, I will be threatened by the public control. Well, this public hearing was launched in 2023. It's still in the selection process. Perhaps we will start next year. It involves a lot of money. It may be not as effective as we need for some actions. Is it enough? I ask you. We have to consider more agile systems that meet the interests of the state in a faster way. If we go through another pandemic, public hearings doesn't solve our problem. We need quick research. What can we do to speed up this process with better results, more direct application, and keeping the control of the public money? We have to establish networks for sharing infrastructure and data. Some structures may be underutilized. This is my last slide. I'm just about finishing. All public financing should foster network because it presents results, it shares infrastructure, so optimization. What they do is that all the research done in CNPEN follows BPL and BPS. This means a lot of money. If you do research on drug discovery, you know how much money I'm talking about. BPL and BPF, that's a lot of money. But if we don't follow the rules, when you go to scale up, you have to go back. So it's more than double of your investment. You have to include the legislation and everything else. The projects have to be more mature. After the bench research, you have to go to the proof of concept. You have to overcome infrastructure bottlenecks. Also, human resources. Manuela talked about the brain drain. I always like to compare. When I try to convince people to give me money for the application and training human resources, I tell them, do you know how much a mass spectrometer costs? A lot of money. You leave it in the lab, the door won't be open. You have to control it. You know how much it costs to educate a doctor in Brazil? 1.5 million reais. If he went to a public school and public university, we cannot keep this person in Brazil. We form it, we create it, and then it's open to the market outside the country. Usually. So don't you think it's worth creating mechanisms so that we keep the person here, the brain, the research? So we have to train and invest in human resources. We have to put together these centers and major companies, so it makes sense to come together with the companies, the industry, so they understand that the research in Brazil has an objective, and the researcher has to understand that you have to provide an end product, a result to society, to give back the money that was invested in that research. So I do bioprospection in all biomes so that I can have, at the end, a product in the market with the return of benefits for traditional and local communities. Thank you very much for your attention.
Então, também para quem tiver mais dúvidas.
Muito obrigada, Leandro.
Thank you, Leandro, for your participation. And now we shall have our last talk of this afternoon. And then we'll have Q&A and a debate. What is the best design for a national? Now we are going to have Cláudia Duó Pessoa, a professor of physiology of the Department of Physiology and Pharmacology of the Federal University of Ceará. Cláudia, thank you for being here with us. Good afternoon. I would like to thank Dr. Glauco for inviting me to be here with you this afternoon. It's a pleasure to be here. And I'm going to talk about a subject I've been working on for more than 20 years. But this event, for me, Dr. Glauco, is a different thing. I've always planned that you have to do that for your country. And that's what I've been trying to do, to give something back to my country. And that's what I'm going to show here. What is the best design to the management of a national program of bioprospecting? When this title was given to me, I said, it's too ambitious for me to talk about that, something I've always thought about. And this opportunity is a major challenge for me. I had it in my mind, but I had never put it on paper. And thinking about that, some of the things I'm going to say here have already been said. But it's a major challenge so that I'm not redundant. To talk about that is to talk about one of the axes that was on the 5th National Conference, Science, Technology and Innovation for Strategic National Programs. Leandro, I hope this project is really strategic and national of sovereignty, knowing that we are a mega diverse country with different biomes. And we have a mega biodiversity. We are within the 17 countries that are mega diverse. And the diversity of the country, 5% is in Brazil. So this is a challenge. So we have to narrow the theme within the objectives of ODS, the preservation of biodiversity, wellness and health, amongst several others. That is biodiversity and biosustainability. How can we maintain this balance so that we can go forward and talk about bioprospecting? This is not new. Since the law of the access to the genetic heritage in 2021, bioprospecting should be associated to scientific research and technological development that has to follow a legislation that aims at fostering the pharmaceutical industry. In 2014, I guided a student who mapped all the bioprospecting networks in the country. I wanted to know who was doing the same thing as I was doing. And the programs of bioprospecting in the country, we had many. And within those, we have the Biota FAPEST that was financed by FAPEST. 104 projects were conducted that generated 450 articles and more than 10 patents, studying a certain area of Brazil called Cerrado. But none of those would come to the shelf and benefit society. And it was a major investment, Biota FAPESP. Within the several networks that were established, supported by CNPq, many of these networks were established in the Amazon, in the Atlantic tropical forest, and the different institutions that are listed there. And they had some strategic actions that were important. Amongst those, biological collections, inventories, thematic projects that generated results, establishing units of conservative publications and the capacity of HR. Besides that, we have other programs that are listed here in different regions of Brazil, but they do not cover all the biomes because the Caatinga is not in these networks. And Caatinga is unique. Like the Amazon, the Cerrado, they are being destroyed by deforestation and the use for cattle. So we have the challenge of going to the different regions and protect them. Still looking at FAPESP, I said Professor Glauco should have called someone from another area, because I worked without resources. The FAPESP program, if you talk about bioprospecting, above 57 projects were financed using this stream. More than 175 people had scholarships to study that. Bioprospecting is associated of the studies of drugs that are anti-cancer. More than 700 people had scholarships for those programs, and more than 150 projects were financed by this program, BIOTA, FAPESP. So the natural products are the source for new molecular architectures. Now we can say that tuberculosis is treated because we have penicillin, we have captopril that was initially studied in Brazil and then explored outside Brazil, and today we buy captopril. So the Natural Products Act, they have different targets at the molecular level, mainly in the treatment of cancer. Its receptors, the genes, the enzymes, we have several different ones. Within those chemotherapeutic products used in the treatment of cancer, 2 of them were highlighted. One that you know very well, the derivative of alkaloid and vibrastina and vincristina. In the 60s, more than 80% of children died of leukemia. Now you look at a child with leukemia and you have life expectancy, because from 80% of deaths, we went down to 20%. If we look at Taxol, in the 90s, when it entered the clinic, women used to die from breast cancer. A woman diagnosed with breast cancer, she was dead. Now we look at a woman with breast cancer and there is a prognosis for her life. So those factors show that biodiversity inspires new drugs that impact health. Dr. Gordon was mentioned here in his articles, and I met him in 2001. I visited NCI. I got to know their program. In 2017, his profile is the same, and I was 24 at that time. When I visited NCI, we were talking about biopiracy. So we at NCI don't want to receive any product that comes from Brazil, not any plant. You have to implement that in your country. It's a responsibility of Brazil. And that was a major impact on me since 2001. So he defends the importance of natural products. If we look at this scale, the timeline, we see that the prospection of new molecules was started in 1940 in a randomized way. And then it evolved, prospection based on enzymes, receptors, and in 2020, we want a prospection based on a molecular target. Due to genomic sequencing, we can have targets of different diseases, and we can prospect in a direction way, and in a way that we direct the research for a specific target. Now, this knowledge that we have of databases in this area is being led by artificial intelligence, by AI. So we associate the prospection of molecules that are personalized, tailor-made. So we are still at the very beginning and we have to advance. Having that in mind, to search for a new molecule, it could take up to 17 years. A pool of molecules, we do the biotrials to characterize the molecules and then have the preclinical studies. It seems to me that our major bottleneck is how to accelerate this process here of the discovery, the identifying, the characterization, and the synthesis. We know that David Neumann, he recognizes the importance of the Brazilian biodiversity represented by a few plants here. And I'd like to highlight two of them. One is a tabebuia, OCP. It's a IP. From IP, it is isolated lapachol substance. And we have beta-lapachol. These kinones are studied as a potential against cancer, and some derivatives are already in clinical trials in the US. Several groups in Brazil, Eufrânio, Vitor Ferreira, Marília Goulart, and Sandro Greco, amongst others, study that chemistry. Another plant that is very well known is Cubra statatinas. They have been isolated from this plant. We have posterior results. Professor Barreiro was one of the people that studied this compound, and we are still studying that. In this development process, we could divide in different stages. We had the initial research and development of identifying the target, the triage, the medical chemistry, synthesis. Then we have the biological studies, the preclinical ones, in vitro, in vitro, the clinical studies, and then we have the approval of the market. It's a long way to go. And this way, we cannot go through it alone. We need cooperation, competence, and also multidisciplinary teams. 19.3 million people will be diagnosed with cancer, and 10 million will die in the world in the next years, up to 2050. To give them these drugs that are recorded by the FDA, 228 have an anti-cancer activity, and of them, 60% or even more come from natural products. The major examples is the treatment of pulmonary cancer and breast cancer. In the 60s and in the 90s, we had the first compounds that led to the treatment of those two tumors, and other analogs were represented and came up. We have antibodies that are specific and are listed here that go directly to the target and help the treatment. And going forward, we have what we call ABC, the antibody conjugated with the drug. It's a precise delivery to diminish the side effects. I was in the NCI in 2000. In 2004, Dr. Gordon came to Brazil, and at that time, in 2004, I was interested and get together with other chemists in Brazil, and that's what 20 years ago. So for me, it's an enormous pleasure to be here today, because during that time, we had Vanderlan, Professor Eliezer, Professor Dorito, Professor Marisa, Letícia, Adrian, Peter, from Pernambuco, Alagoas, pegas from the south of Brazil. So I tried to put experts in different areas. I was very young then. I had finished my doctorate course in 2000, and we decided to start going through this path. And during these years, in the Federal University of Ceará, we collaborated with different researchers from Brazil and abroad. Afranhof, DC Cancer from Vancouver, Australian National University, the China University, and Christians, Anvers, where we collaborated in the CAPSPRIT program. That is very well established program. So Brazil houses this 20% biodiversity of the planet. The representation is the symbol of Brazil, this tree called Ipe. From the Ipe, we isolate Lapachol. And Marília and Eufrânio have studied and created several analogs. And we can see that Brazil has around 487 researchers who have scholarships, and 103 of those work with Lapachol. So we can map who works with the same activity that we do, investigating the same thing. So during this trajectory, we were able to select these people with an award from the Cancer Institute. This compound, when it is isolated, this difficulty is the toxicity level, because it's not selective for tumor cells. So they demonstrated selectivity in vitro, and this allows for more investigation. So this molecule can be less toxic than Lapachol. That is the limiting factor. So this study was developed with 3 Brazilian universities, UFMG, the University of Santa Catarina in the south of Brazil, we from UFC, and Texas University. And this patent that was applied on the synthesis was given to us, was granted. And for us, this is a major achievement. But at that time, when those studies were being conducted, I wanted to know about people who had patents with those 2 terms, Lapachol and beta-Lapachol. In the universe of these applications for this molecule, the only one that has an application is our patent. We have also the University of Texas as a partner. Although many people study that, they are not protected. I could only find our patent in the search that I conducted. So I wanted to understand better, and I had access to this article. So the question is, why? Why didn't we go up to the end of this molecule that everybody studies? Because in Brazil, we have very good researchers in the area. And this article states that we can consider that to study a new drug, it's like a train that you go through. We want to be successful, but sometimes we deviate from the success. And there are several factors that influence that. Sometimes we don't find the compound, sometimes the train goes on, but because of lack of financing or by the lack of collaboration in the team, the molecule disappears and the study doesn't come back. Sometimes the molecule comes back and goes forward, but sometimes it leaves the train because there is lack of resources, of people who are trained, and the project sometimes is taken by a student that leaves. every student that comes to the lab, we create a new project. So it's difficult for this strain to get to its destiny. And sometimes it goes back and comes to success. This expenditure sometimes is very high. In 10 to 20 years, it may be billions that we spend, but it can generate 200 million as a return on the investment. One example of these drugs is in the treatment of lipidemias. Look at the value of 200 million. For that to occur, we need an organization. We must have collaboration, participation of academia. We have to foster the best projects. We have to finance them. We have to consult the experts and retribute the cross-sectional movement. I cannot only stay at the bench. So the best example that I have brought is Taxol. This slide was given me by Professor Gordon when he was here in 2017, because I wanted to understand the chain of study for Taxol. That is our best reference. You perceive that Taxol that comes from a plant, Taxopleflora, was found in the trunk of these trees that were used for carbon and other. When we identified Taxol in 1962, it was submitted for the triage in NCI. The results generated then were ignored because we had vibrastine, that was the best one, and wibsatanol. But we decided to retest this compound, and the studies went forward. Other researchers that are here on those photographs were collaborated in this process. And even we went to France, where we defined the semi-synthesis of this compound. We went from 62, and only in 1991, it entered the clinic. After 30 years, Taxol, that is still the molecule that we use. But Brazil is concerned about the challenges of bioprospecting. There is a report from IPEA that in 2011, they mentioned the importance of establishing in the country a section on the economic value of biodiversity would be bioprospecting. They say that the role of bioprospecting in this area is very important. They were developed with the basis of biological molecules, most drugs, and they mention cancer. And if the economy defines that in IPEA, why do we still talk about the importance of the process and we still don't have it? And the question that was asked was, what is the best design for a national program of bioprospecting? After studying a lot, I believe that we have to organize the value chain and the governance change, because we have infrastructure, we have expertise. Leandro talked about sequencing, but the sequencing is done by several universities, but we have to map them. If they are acting, what they are doing. It's not only in São Paulo that they have the best centers. We must change this bias. We have to organize a structure that is clear, with multidisciplinary teams, with partners and collaborators, NGOs, research institutes, universities, with good resources, well-established protocols, with a monitoring system based on indicators and reports, So we must have very accurate targets, and with the engagement of civil society and the community. You have to involve civil society in the process. We are not talking about deforestation here. We have to know and preserve and use our biodiversity. It's a different pathway based on the law that was presented, 13123, that establishes the access to biodiversity. So this strategy has to be changed. The paradigm has to be changed. Because Brazil did the network. NCI is a major network. But what is the product of NCP that went to the shelf? Only 1,000 patents were mentioned, and none of them went to the shelf. So the paradigm of strategic alliances for research and development has to be in an area that is not my area of economics, but I read about it. So we have to create value. We have to see what is our target, what is the product to deliver an anti-cancer drug, anti-hypertensive drug. We need to know the infrastructures and do a strategic evaluation, going through the evolution of the process with what we have. We must have a timeline implementing the legal aspects. The legal aspects are very important because everybody wants a piece of the pie. Nobody wants to work without being within a process. So we must have the legal aspects, a commitment, and the longevity via multidisciplinary partnerships. We must have also be competitive. Those actors must participate. Well, I'm going to talk a bit more.
Awesome. Tá certo?
We need trust metrics, and this leads to a marriage. But there's a higher interest of the universal health system in Brazil. So the strategy must be based in reciprocity and well-established legal aspects. Alliances must be followed to neutralize threats and attrition that occur during the process. We must have an organizational structure and retention of talents. For that, we need financial resources. So you have to go away from network model and go to a different model, which is a consortium. Because the advantage would be the valorization of the environment, access to the resource, scientific knowledge, new chemical entities, and generation of jobs. These are the major advantages. The challenge are the legal aspects. For that, we must recognize where are our bottlenecks. I can be competent and not have the QBL and have resources because the PBL is very expensive to have in the institutions. So that we can progress on the primary drugs. We have to know who are our strengths and our weaknesses. What are the threats, which is losing biodiversity, discontinuation of investment, losing competencies, and the opportunities that exist. As Dr. Glauco mentioned, the public-private program partnerships. So we must notice that to do it all, we have to make a strategic constellation All those actors need to have management of processes, finance, legal aspects, and competitive intelligence. This is based in a long-term agreement because the actors involved must be complementary. It's no use having people that are not technical, and for that we need programs. Strategic alliances must be based on competitive advantages that can be sustained with the know-how these people have based on contracts. So universities and institutes of science and technology has to work against businesses. The universities were never prepared to do business. But now, as Emerson said, they have to be prepared to do business because they will have to exchange with the companies. And for that, we need a balance between knowledge and investment. On the one side, the business world, the industries, pharmaceuticals, spin-offs, startups, that will be the basis of this process. So we have to advance in a structural way in three main axes: research, to make the molecule into a product, and the market with the SUS, establishing the different areas that each one acts. You can say that, well, does it occur in other places? I studied that. And Europe, as you know, the pharmaceutical industry in Europe develops following this model. And this growth has included China and Korea. In Germany, they have a major consortium that involve 8 different states. Each state have their own institutions involved, and they acknowledge the importance of this innovation framework. It's a translational research on oncology. From the money they receive, 90% come from the German federal government and 10% comes from the states. So it's a government, it's a state commitment. In Australia, they have a huge library of molecules, more than 2 million compounds. This is coordinated by this lady here. I visited her. This is a good example. And what about partnerships, open innovation that we have? Here we have the international universities. Germany is here together with Bayer since 2009. They are studying therapy for the development of cancer. So this is what is happening outside Brazil. The main factor to induce that is the opportunity to access the market for these drugs. So we must realize what are the threats, see that we have a huge portfolio. There are many groups in Brazil that do what I'm saying here. They work in this area of discovery so that you go through all those clinical phases to come to the economic industrial complex of health. All those molecules should come from here, accelerating this process of discovery and leading to development. Under this approach, you need a consortium with an official company. It's not a network, it's a company. So it's based on that. It should involve universities, Fiocruz, and Embrapa, as mentioned here. Embrapa is a basic partner of ours. All the other institutions of the institutes and some points like medicinal chemistry in Brazil. And also, we should have contracts that leverage this process. As was shown before, we need a bank of stratum that can be traced within a molecule banks, studies using artificial intelligence, and then this mechanism can be triggered through those assays. So Brazil needs to establish a national library of natural and synthetic compounds. We have the competence to do that. We should advance in AI, using those discoveries based on the molecules that are filed with machine learning, deep learning. This is something that should be established in the country. And a good example was artemisinin in this development chain comes from the plant, doing all the studies until we characterize the hit or the elite. Brazil is competent, but there is a bottleneck here that we need to solve. The discovery based on AI is something that is occurring, and it is generating lots of money in pharmaceutical industries. And we have to advance. In the US, the NCI has published this article, who studies natural products for cancer. They wanted to know where are these products all over the world, where people study that. Brazil is here, represented in this graph, like Spain, France, Japan, China, etc. So we have a part of here. I did this study in 2018 to know who in Brazil is studying natural products. The Federal University of Santa Catarina is here, as well as Fiocruz. But first comes the University of São Paulo. I did this study, who have published at least 40 articles in the area of cancer. We can know who are these people, and I could identify them. So our group is here. It's away from this axis because this is south and southeast parts of Brazil. We only collaborate with the chemical part. So our university in Ceará studied different plants from these families. The main examples I have is what Leandro mentioned, a project where we won second place to study this compound. It comes from a plant, but the researcher from Australia developed the synthesis. Then I say, well, we can't stay in Australia. So who is working with the same chemical class? Then we have Professor Paulo Costa, and now we are in this value chain for this in vivo study. So we made it happen. Same thing goes for the other substance. Many studies were carried out, pharmacokinetic studies, and now we are going to the animal model. This is another study for combined antibodies. And all that is based in studies of mapping competencies. So in reality, the new drugs have to be delivered in the so-called 4P, which is predictive, preventive, personalized, and participative medicine. For that, the National Consortium of Bioprospection, with a company name, its own governance, all the actors are here, Embrapa, Fiocruz, etc., pharmaceutical industries, reference centers, and investment, together with Anvisa, then we will be able to leverage this process. Up to now, our pharmaceutical products are generic ones. We will wait for 20 years for the Brazilian industry to present a generic drug. To change that, we have to go back to this initial phase of bioprospection so we can advance. Our university, UFC, has a biotarium infrastructure. It's the only one in the country, a public university with this certificate, AA-LAC. Recently, we were granted with the acquisition of a high-content screen system for establishing this model. This will be the only equipment like that here in Brazil. The role of biodiversity and bioeconomy. Since 2013, we've been saying that this is important for an industrial bioeconomy model. So we must take care of that. And the new industry in Brazil, the new industry must have this point of view of transforming our biodiversity into a pill that can be a new drug in any of the areas. Can be an antibiotic, anti-cancer drug, etc. Because Brazil spends lots of money importing drugs, 20 billion a year. It's a lot of money. And 30% of the population in the north of Brazil does not have access to these drugs. So it's a huge proportion. 90% of the demand in Brazil is imported to develop those drugs. So that's the end of my presentation. I'd like to say that if the question is, what do we need? We need national sovereignty in this bioprospection policy in the country. And this national policy must have a regulatory framework that minimize those uncertainties that we are all aware of. Either we do that or our biodiversity will finish. Thank you very much.
E desculpa aí, né? Mas eu tinha, depois de ter estudado, eu tinha que apresentar, né? É justo.
Tá certo, doutora Cláudia.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Claudia. Can you please stay because we will call the other speakers for our debate. Manuela, Leandro, please come forward for the Q&A. If you are on the YouTube, you can leave your questions. We will answer all of them later on. Before we start, I'd like to remind you that a meeting about bioprospection will be done after the coffee break. If you want to come back from the coffee, you can talk to the researchers. The meeting will be after the coffee break. It's outside our program, but you are all invited. So we will start the debate. Christiane was not able to participate, but she can answer questions afterwards. If there is any questions, the microphone is open to the audience for this discussion.
Vai ser para você, Léo. Não, mas eu... Bom, se fosse.
Posso? Ai, desculpe, amiga. Yeah, okay. Good afternoon. I'm Sandra Aurora from Farmanguinhos. I'm a researcher. I appreciate Manuela's, Claudia's presentation. Thank you very much. And it goes against what Leandro said. I have a question. Is when you talk about 6, I don't see very clearly the investment, considering the development chain that Claudia mentioned, not the main ingredient. I may be wrong, but I'd like to understand how much this herbal medicine is an investment in these programs. I just made research going into the website, and it was not clear to me. I think the investments are there, but in my opinion, they are too timid, too shy. So that's my doubt and my question.
Obrigado pela pergunta. Eu vou dar uma resposta.
Thank you for the question. My answer perhaps is not going to be specific because some actions were taken by the Ministry of Health. But this deficit that you mentioned, that's why the public notices that I comment, 250 million reais, it's 250 that are reimbursable and 250 that are not. But it is within the competence of the Ministry of Health. But we work together of PDU, that is a new mechanism for local innovation, partnership of development. It's not operation yet, but it's a new way of using the buying power of the state to invest in local areas. They are working and they are thinking about the green drugs, and herbal medicine would be within that. As the government, we know that it's important to invest in herbal medicine. I don't have a precise answer for you, but tomorrow someone from the Ministry of Health is going to be present, and so this person will be able to answer in a more objective fashion your question.
Bom, eu creio que não tem.
Boa tarde, obrigado a todos pela.
Good afternoon. Thank you for your speeches. They were very good. My question is about sustainability. When we look at what Claudia presented, the whole chain, you talk about bioprospecting many times, but bioprospecting is at the very beginning. Who pays for that? Is it the government, or do I have to have papers so that I can sustain my curriculum with public notices or public biddings? Because I do something in my lab, sample bank, the triage of tumoral cells, but sometimes the result is not applicable. So then how can I do a research project to sustain the laboratory? When you come to TLR 3, 4, or 5, you are already able to get financing, either from the government or because you have a patent. But what about before that? Sometimes the research projects do not account for that, and we need patents. And we only have patents in the Brazilian system of granting of a patent after many years. And this silence of the production of the researcher can be his death, his professional death. So I would like to know about financing and sustainability to leverage those projects. I told Leandro that the questions would be for him because he's the money man. From what I have shown, from everything that we have done, we had small projects. The biggest one was a project for innovation and health. It's difficult because, as you are saying, you are between two paths. Either you protect or you publish. When I read the article that showed the path, I decided to change the way of working. I published the projects I wanted to sustain the other ones. And then I decided to publish. So our students worked in more than one project, 1, 2, or 3 projects at a time. One goes a little further on, the others lag behind. But I don't agree that to establish a national program, it has to occur this way. No, I think that to establish a national program is to have the resources and very well-defined targets. In the world of cancer, for instance, we have to define who is going to deal with lung cancer, who is going to do breast cancer. So we have to identify the know-how. Where are the competences, the expertise of the people who are studying a specific disease? And we must be focused. You are going to deal with other projects, but that one that is to advance, to deliver something that will generate a drug that the industry would absorb, like Farmanguinhos, I consider that these resources are directed. And Claudia and Andrea don't have to run after money. We are losing our students. I have students that had the sandwich project. They go to other institutions, they go abroad, and they replicate what they learned with me. And then I can't go ahead because I lost that person. The new person, I have to start from scratch. Due to the last projects that I was able to obtain, and I've been in this path for 30 years, and I was able to have some resources. But to maintain that, the values are very low. In the Northeast, it's 5,500. So the students want to come to São Paulo because it's 8,000 reais for the scholarship. So those differences also contribute for us to be difficult to maintain a postdoctorate project. And so the student wants to get married, to have children, and so they don't want to do a postdoctorate. We need a company to be organized because the postdoctorate student wants to receive money to be part of a process in a long way, not that he's going to stay there for 2 or 3 years. So to think about a national plan, we must have our own resources focused on the maintenance of this project for the long run.
Mas o questionamento que eu trouxe no final do slide é...
Well, I talked about the modernization of the financial system. The only distribution system we have is difficult. You need a doctorate researcher. You need to know if this digital line will be contemplated later on. So we know there are some researchers that look for financial sources in different biddings. If we believe bioprospection is a national strategy, we must have a specific governance system. Why CNPEN can deliver that? Because it has a long-term guarantee of resources. So the researcher's career in Brazil has these difficulties. You lose the researcher, you can't keep them attached to the academia. So this is a problem we have to try and change. It's a political decision that has to be taken. So we are on the right track, but we don't have the final answer yet. This type of discussion helps us think. This is my answer to you right now.
No caso da Austrália,
In the case of Australia, as I said, it was a governmental decision that, gave $30 million for that purpose, and they kept it.
então é X universidades que estão
A certain number of universities, like just in Germany, a certain number of universities, and the resources are freed every year. Of course, they have to show what they are doing, what they are delivering, and they help each other. Each group does a certain activity, and so they work together.
Boa tarde, agradeço também.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the presentation. I'm Elaine from Farmanguinhos. Just to add to what André said, looking at the evaluation for certain types of projects, the major point is how they are being assessed. Many projects for development are assessed by researchers. They just want to publish their own studies. They don't take into account the institution that is suggesting a technological development project. FINEP has a result now, and one of the criteria was number of publications by researchers. This is interesting. But what about the other structures? What about the experience? This researcher may have not many papers published, but he has a patent, he has important papers published. So the requirement was number of publications by researcher. So they still look at it in an academic way when this project is for technological development. We have to change that because those who publish more are in the academia, and those who are in development take longer to publish because the development project takes longer to reach a final conclusion. So besides having this problem of bioprospection, the way the projects are accessed is also a problem when they come to the development agencies.
I'm going to say that all the developing agencies follow an old model, but I think that we should talk about it and understand it. I agree that sometimes we have to deal with what is a priority. You can have projects of technological orders, and we can do that. It's yet another possibility. You would overcome this sort of bottleneck. You can order something in the technological area in a collective way as a principle of public administration. I used to think like you, because we see that, but I see it another way. Some projects that have as a target technological products should have a pitched talk. You have 10 minutes in a template with a committee chosen by FINEP or the responsible board to filter. We can approve 10. So let's look at 30 projects. You have 10 minutes to present, 15 minutes for question and answers. The world is virtual, so it's even easier to do that. Because sometimes what's on paper, you promise lots of things on paper, but between what's on paper, the delivery, there is a gap. So financing, there are financing agencies, although we have difficulties we have had this opportunity of having financing, but you must have someone that is going to monitor that. Let's say every year you should monitor what is happening with the project. Sometimes you receive the resources, you have difficulties even in spending the money. Sometimes everything is so difficult. You have internal bottlenecks. There was a friction or a fight between the coordinator and the researcher. He left the team. So it's not only give the money, we must have a follow-up so that we are successful. Those who go little by little and pull the whole queue, and not only the curriculum, but also an oral participation, so that you defend your thesis. I'd like to say something. As I am a part of CIBS, like Leandro, another source of resources is the sharing of benefits that come from biodiversity. Then our legislation, our current legislation, promotes that. So the companies that have to share benefits, they can go to research institutes, portfolios of projects, and they can have an agreement of sharing benefits with the institution and then finance a certain project. So we can work thinking this way with this mindset. This is already in the realm of our legislation and also at the international level, like I showed you. I was focusing in the digital sequences in my presentation, but this is another source of financing. And the Ministry of the Environment is here to help us to develop these portfolios and to attract those companies that need to share benefits. And then you have conservation. It could be our biological collections. It could be via training, transfer of technology, different projects of conservation and sustainability. I'd like to add to what you have just said about the evaluation of the projects. It's interesting what you have said about the evaluation of projects. So how does it work in Switzerland? You have a bid, a public notice. I have money for 2 years with the target of developing a product. The funds are limited, so you have this public notice and you must present a pitch. You have 10 minutes, 10 to 15 minutes for your pitch, your selling pitch. The members of the jury are people from the industry. The pitch is not only scientific, it's part scientific, part business. So the universities have consultants to help you to form your pitch, because the university receives part of the money. So the university has to validate if your pitch makes sense or not. After 2 years, the project lasts 4 years. After 2 years, you go to the same commission back to present your results according to the milestones that you determine, to see if you can go on being financed for more 2 years. So it goes through a scientific evaluation, but also through a business evaluation. Without the business part, it doesn't work. You can come with a product where you have many players, so you must have some differentiation in the world where the product is going to be sold. the derivative of Lapachol, I need a preclinic. I'm going to give you the money. After that, you have to come back and present to see if you can have the money for phase 1. I think that you're very assertive in your speech. That's what happens in other institutions. I presented at the end a slide, universities versus businesses. So the look is a different look, and this is a major challenge, I have no doubt. Usually the universities are not prepared. We have some niches, but it's not the whole that is prepared for businesses. We must value. I said that this is a bottleneck for many universities. Some companies go to the universities, and the universities are not prepared for putting value in what they do. This is an investment. Talk to Leonardo. This is an investment that has to permeate every step of the way. How to value the knowledge. UFC, the University of Ceará, has been around for 70 years. I am the coordinator there. We have 400 patents, and 60% of them were granted. Now I'm fighting to find the players. If an entrepreneur comes to the university and says, how much does your technology cost? What is the deadline for delivery? Those calculations must be done. And we need trained people or a nucleus from the government that goes to the universities to help us in this process of putting value to our products. As a professor, as I am and you are, we are tired. We do research, we publish, we give classes, we try to get financing, we become entrepreneurs. I am an entrepreneur myself. I am a partner in a startup. I'm trying to learn the business, but it's quite difficult. Sometimes we don't have enough time to get there.
Vamos encerrando agora.
Now we will conclude, and if you want to have one last word to close and to conclude this session, yes, I hope this opportunity in this seminar can generate fruits. This is the moment. If not, with Glauco, who is more than 70, and Van der Laan also, and other researchers who are not here anymore. We talk about Otto Gottlin and also Gilbert. Everybody is going. I am going also. And so the next generation, it will be difficult. So we better take this opportunity and all the knowledge that we have of people who are still working. I think now is the time. I just want to thank to participate in such events. It's very good to open the dialogue. That's how democracy works. The state has to understand its criticisms. Problems will continue. Challenges will be different. But we have to come together to build a solution. So I just want to thank and say that we are available as the Ministry of Technology and Science. I will be repeating myself. This event is very important. This discussion is of fundamental importance. I believe we should work together. Academia, business area, government area, so that we can reach the level we want. All the presentations show that we want to get to a place where we are able to use the biodiversity we have for the good of society. So we have to unite our efforts. Thank you very much. Thank you, Manuela, Leandro, Cláudia. Thank you all for your participation. We conclude the day today, right now. And if you are on the YouTube, tomorrow we'll be here again with new sessions and new information. Thank you all for your presence. See you tomorrow.
Lembra